Thank you, Colton. So we'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to the June meeting of Kansas State Board of Nursing. We've had a busy week and a busy morning. Finance Committee, we had some great discussion, so we're flying in here. A bit at the last minute. We do not have an on-site packet, which I am aware of, so we'll move on from there. How about any additions, revisions to the agenda? We do have 2 executive sessions planned throughout the meeting. Okay. So moving on to announcements. I have several announcements this morning. So first of all, I would like to welcome Dr. Ruth Burkhardt to the board. This is her first official board meeting, and we are honored to have her join us. She's been with us this week, attending many of the committee meetings and getting oriented. But based on that, one of the things that we do is, I know that you signed the oath and you submit that to the governor's office. We like to do that here in the meeting as well. And it's a reminder to all of us who have taken the oath on what our position is and our purpose here. And then it's a commitment to all of us and each other that this is what we abide by in the work that we're doing. So if you will, let me give you a little bit of history and then we'll do the oath. So the Board of Nursing has a rich history that dates back to our inception in 1913, and that date will be significant a little while. I told you I had several announcements. We might think about that date. The mission of the Board of Nursing is to assure the citizens of Kansas a safe and competent practice by nurses and mental health technicians. Our guiding philosophy for the agency is that the Board of Nursing will act in accordance with the highest standards of ethics, accountability, efficiencies, and openness. The board subscribes to the idea that safe nursing care is a public trust. We approach our activities with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility, and the public and regulated community alike can be assured of the balanced and sensible approach of the regulations. Our core values is that we value trustworthiness in each individual. We believe we can be depended upon to act with integrity, honesty, sincerity, and fairness. We value respect for each person, recognizing that we all have an important role to play in achieving our organizational goals. We value continuous learning, which enhances individual and organizational growth. We value competence in all board and staff, knowing the quality leadership, support, and service require knowledge, skills, and accountability. We value open and effective communication through the ongoing interchange of ideas and information, and we value collaboration in our work process and decision-making, recognizing when we involve others affected by decisions, we strengthen those decisions. And so with that, we'll take the oath, if you will. And as part of these responsibilities that you have embarked upon, and given that many of you in this is our first we've had several in-person meetings since then, so you will state your name. I,
Ruth Burkhardt,
do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and faithfully discharge the duties of my office.
and faithfully discharge the duties of my office.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Ruth. And with that, I'd like to offer you the pin that all the board members are wearing, and you are welcome to wear this at any official board meeting or event that you're in. Thank you, and welcome. We're so glad to have Dr. Burkhardt join us. All right. I would like to make sure that board members are all aware that we have a special distinguished guest. Carol Moreland was awarded the Distinguished Alumni. Not in my office anymore. So she was awarded the Distinguished Alumni Award from Cloud County. So she went to give the graduation speech, and unbeknownst to her, they bestowed this honor upon her at the conclusion of her speech. So Carol.
It was, yeah, it's an honor, believe me. It's a high point of my nursing career. That is where my RN started because I got my associate degree from Cloud County. I was an LPN when I went into their program. But yes, I was allowed to speak at the pinning ceremony and then give the graduation speech. It was very interesting. A lot of people, but you know, it was fun speaking at the nursing pinning because you know you can talk about your nursing there and really tie that in. So it was a great honor, really, really huge honor.
Well deserved, and we're very fortunate to have the expertise that you've brought to the board here, so thank you. Yeah, well deserved. So along those same lines, I would like to recognize all of you as the NCSBN just announced, I believe we found out about 2 weeks ago, that we have been awarded, I want to say it right, it's the Regulatory Achievement Award. This is a pretty prestigious award from NCSBN, so this is National Councils of State Boards of Nursing, and it's based upon the progressiveness and the commitment from staff and board members here. There's been a long history of participation at NCSBN. As you know, Adrian has served as the Area 2 representative, which means that he's pulling our group together regularly and leading the area meetings for us. And then most recently, he served 2 terms, I believe, is that correct, as the treasurer for NCSBN, which is a lot of work. It is, NCSBN is a very large organization. You all know they facilitate the NCLEX across the nation, and managing the dollars for that institution has been significant. And the benefits then that come back to our board have been great as well. So Adrian's got a lot of knowledge back. Carol has served on several committees at NCSBN and supported that work there. There's been a lot that the board here has done with the passing of the APRN bill. Adrian, the part of our submission for the award was the technology advancements that have happened within the department, all the way from the app that you can ask if the license is up to date. You ask Surrey about, is this license up to date? So there's been some fun ones, all the way through the security systems and the work that Adrian has done to ensure that we have most up-to-date IT systems. It's a true honor to be a part of this group and a part of this team and the staff that's done so much work. And then now that NCSBN is recognizing the work that's been accomplished as well. I'll put a plug in there for Rayanne and the licensing team. Many of the boards have concerns about how quickly they can get licenses submitted when a applicant submits for licensing. That turnaround time, sometimes it's weeks, even months. I don't know that I've ever heard anyone do it faster than Rayanne's team. She typically gets it done lots of times within 24 hours, but never more than a week. And it's phenomenal how fast she does. And we are blessed to have a licensing team that is so efficient, and it's due to Rayanne's leadership. So I'm glad she's here on another team. There's a lot of great work that's been happening. So that NCSBN is pretty appreciative of the work that you all do. Thank you. And then my last announcement is with respect to, we are embarking on 110 years of the Board of Nursing, and it would have been this meeting 110 years ago that really kicked off the State Board of Nursing. And so I just have a few facts for you. The first meeting is held at the National Hotel in Topeka, so right here. And then on October 30th of 1913, so still in that first year, the first male nurse was approved for licensure. I think that's kind of interesting. In 1922, the board approved to allow the secretary treasurer $5 per diem for time spent on board work between examinations not to exceed 100 days. $5. So it's been many years, and I think that I think many of you have this list, and I would ask you to read through it, and those are just some brief highlights, but to think back, you know, I'm going on, I think I've been here 6 years, and the changes that I've seen on the Board of Nursing are significant to think about pre-COVID and then post-COVID, and all of the work and changes that have come from disciplinary processes and what Linda's put in place to enhance the speed that we do investigations and that we turn those cases around. You can imagine that's very stressful for a nurse who is going through a discipline case, and to have those answers come back timely is important. And so Linda's done a lot with that. And then with Janelle's facilitated supporting schools of nursing as we've had challenges with clinicals and trying to manage through those COVID eras. And, you know, I mean, that's really what I reflect on in my time on the board, but there is so much here to look back, and what a rich history we have to share. So, congratulations for being part of the 110th anniversary and sitting here today at this meeting. So, yeah.
We didn't think about that.
Very good. So think about all of our hybrid work, and now that we're meeting electronically versus, you know, it used to all be right here in person and happening, but we have staff who work from home sometimes now, and everything's very different than what it was even just 5 or 10 years ago. Okay, any other announcements anyone would like to make? Okay, with that, we will look at March 22nd minutes.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the minutes from the March 22nd, 2023 board meeting as written.
Madam Chair, I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. So we'll go down to our agency reports. Carol, you want to kick us off?
Get settled in. I have a few things. Okay. You all should be getting, if you haven't yet, the committee selection form, okay, that you do every year. So please let us know your interest and get them to us as soon as possible. And then just as a reminder, the committee assignments then for the next year are made after the September meeting by the president and vice president. But we need this so that we know what you want and stuff like that. So I just want to make sure you knew about that. Okay, you've got my report, and I always start out with the upcoming meetings. And next week, I will be going to the Executive Officer Summit in Newport Beach, California. So I'm looking forward to that a few days out of the week. That is just all of my counterparts. We get together, and it's always very nice because it just kind of deals with us and our role. And there's been a big changeover across the country. Nobody stays in this role for very long for some reason. But anyway, I'm looking forward to that. And then the annual meeting is in August. The Nurse Licensure Compact meeting is always the day before the actual NCSBN annual meeting. And then just a reminder, the NCLEX conference is September 21st, and that's virtual. So if you want to attend that, registration and stuff would have to take place, but it is virtual. Okay, I put the board member terms there, and the good news is we have 3 reappointments, which are great. Michaela, Brenda, and Adri, who's not here today. So that's great. And the even better thing is we have 11 board members now. We are full. I don't think that's ever happened. I'm just telling you that. I just want to put a plug in here because we've come, well, there's one time in the last year that we were unable to have a committee meeting because we did not have quorum. And so it's really important that everyone come for committees and board meeting and stuff, because we do have to have quorum, or literally we can't even have a meeting and do any work, which postpones everything for a quarter for all the staff who is waiting on results coming out of these meetings. So I just want to put a plug in. I think we're gonna get a process at the beginning of every agenda where we make sure that we have checked for quorum, because we come very close on some committees, even this time. So just kind of let you know. Okay, regulation revisions, there's always some of those going on. It seems like the CNE regulation draft revision. We did the public hearing in April 7th, and you actually have those in your packet along with public comments, and I'll talk about that when we get to it. And then 60-2-103, that is putting the preceptors in the PN programs. That's scheduled for a public hearing on July 24th. And then my plan is to have those in the September packet along with public comments. And then you can take action on that if you choose in September. So I'm hoping that's when you'll see that. We had a really neat thing happen in the agency during Public Service Appreciation Week, which was the same week as Nurses Week, interestingly enough. But anyway, we got a phone call from the governor's office that she was going to visit 7 state agencies to talk to staff. And she was going to visit 2 small agencies, non-cabinet agencies. The rest of them were the real big cabinet agencies, you know, KDHE, all of those. We were chosen as one of the 2 smaller agencies. And I will just tell you, she's always been a big supporter of nursing, very interested in nursing and all of that. She visited with the staff to thank them for all that they've done. She did ask questions about the nurse licensure compact. Of course, you know, she's very in tune to how fast can we get people in here to work? You know, do we have something in place that's slowing this down? So she's very happy with the compact, very happy. There is pictures from her visit on page 2, but I think maybe you're seeing them on the screen and everything. It was really nice of her coming. Now, I will tell you, before we didn't do this because of her coming. Okay, we didn't do that. We did this earlier. We actually got polo shirts for all of our staff. And what we want to do is give each of you a polo shirt also. So if you haven't received them, I think maybe a few received them on Wednesday, and I tried maybe to pick up any that were not going to be here today. However, you just need to, Adrian's got them back here, and you just need to let us know the size that you want. I will tell you they run a little bit big. So you might want to think, or you might want to go try it on, something like that. And then if we do not have the size, we are getting ready to put in another order. Okay. So let us know and we'd be glad to get them to you. But she did comment on this, and we actually gave her one too. And she did comment, so she's very noticeable, I'll say that. Okay, so that was fun. The staff really liked that we're here. The budgets, we talked about this in the finance committee this morning. You know, we're winding up fiscal year 23 budget, but we did get the approval to increase for fiscal year 24 for the upgrade to the licensing software. I did a supplemental change with that last year and took it all the way through, and we did get it. What they did also for fiscal year 24 is includes the pay increases for most of our staff that the legislature approved. However, there was kind of a technical glitch and they did not get put in our fiscal year 25 appropriations. So I'll be, yeah, so I'll be doing a change package to get that put in so that we do have that. I don't think it'll be a problem, but anyway, there was some sort of technical glitch over there. House Bill 2279, the implementation, you'll remember this is the APR in full practice. Part of it went in on July 1st of 2022, and then there was a part that goes in July 1st of 2023, which is not very far off. The part that goes in on July 1st of 2023 is the requirement for national certification. I've been working with Ray and the apps and everything that we're going to have that information on there. Plus, we do have the list that's been approved by the board. That will be on our website by July 1st. So we are getting some questions about that, but that's the last part of that bill to get implemented. We're still continuing to get communication out regarding the content of this bill. You know, it's been in effect for almost a year, and you'd be surprised at the beliefs out there that I hear. So anyway, 2023 legislative session, the big thing that probably will affect us and not as much as some of the other agencies is Senate Bill 66. And that's actually where they wanted to do this statewide electronic verification system for all licenses issued by the state. At first, when it came out, it was very concerning to us because we were not sure we were going to be able to stay in nurses because they wanted everything at the state level. And we do have some at the state level, but we also report to the national, and we have to be a member of nurses to stay in the licensure compact. So I went over and testified about that. The other part in there that was kind of concerning to us was they wanted the agencies to issue paper licenses again. We put that in 2010. That would lead to a lot of fraud. So it is now in the bill that got passed is, I believe the language is it has to be possible for the licensee to print it. We've always had that. They can go to our website and print it if they want to, but it's much more accurate to do our verification online. And so it's just a matter, I think, of us finding a way now to get our data, just transfer some data over there. I mean, we transfer data to nurses and stuff like that. So we're working on that. They don't have this statewide vendor and all of that yet, but you have to realize to us, it seemed like steps backwards, but there's some state agencies who literally still issue paper licenses. There's one that still uses typewriters. So you have to realize it's a move forward for them. Okay. Not really us. Okay, I put on there all of the meetings that I've been a part of. And interesting meetings. One that I want to draw your attention to is the KU School of Nursing is doing a lot of meetings. They want to start up at Kansas Workforce Center. We are one of, I think, 11 states that do not have that. And I will just tell you, there's a lot of interest in Kansas workforce data. And right now, it's very hard for us to pull some of that data. Because number one, we don't ask where anybody works. That's just not data that we keep track of. So anyway, they are working on setting that up, and we will be working with them. And I suggested that they come to the board meeting and kind of update you guys maybe every 6 months on the progress and stuff. So I believe they are planning on coming in September. So they're kind of busy getting funding and different stuff like that. Some projects, I was member of the Kansas Board of Regents Healthcare Nursing Task Force that looked at what are things that we can do to increase healthcare workforce in the state of Kansas, not just nursing, but healthcare. And we came up with a report that is going to be presented to the Kansas Board of Regents tomorrow. So I will go over there and be available for any questions about nursing, because I would imagine there'll be some questions about nursing education and different stuff like that. But I'm hoping there'll be some things come out of there, because we did ask for like increased funding for faculty, staff, or salary and different things like that. Hopefully, that would help the nursing schools, definitely. The awards, you heard about that. That was quite an honor. And then I attached the NCSBN letter from the president, an announcement regarding their new CEO, because David Benton will be leaving. But their new CEO is Philip Dickinson, who has been over in NCLEX. Very, very nice man, very nice. He will do a wonderful job. I did put an updated NLC map. 40 states have enacted it now. Washington came on, and that was a big one because they have unions there. And so to get it through there, hopefully will help some of these other states. And then I did attach an email about CGFNS, their response, because there has been a need for accelerated nursing credential verification. So CGFNS is aware of that, and they're trying to do some work and stuff like that. So I attached that. Now, the other thing that I wanted to talk to you about, I touched this just a little bit last time. There was a bill put in, I think it wasn't this session, I think it was the one before, where the review of rules and regs has to be done differently. Well, number one, we're probably one of the few agencies, I guess, that review them, all of our rules and regs on a 5-year cycle. And you'll see that in the committees, and then you see them come back. Not just rules and regs, but also statutes. We've been doing that for years. However, usually it's just, yeah, we approve it as it is. Okay, well, that's not going to cut it, because they took all the agencies, and you're going to have to, the agency, me, is going to have to submit a report, I think by July 15th of 2025, that includes information about the 90 rules and regs that we have right now, unless you guys revoke a bunch before then. I know that's probably going to happen. But just to kind of let you know, it's a lot more information than what we do now. Now, there's some information that will not be you all, it's just us filling in like the date that it was last amended, all that, and we can get that. But then there's going to have to be some discussion about necessity. And there's 2 questions. Is the rule and regulation necessary for the implementation and administration of state law? Yes or no? Does the rule and regs serve as an identifiable public purpose in support of state law? Yes or no? And then there's some questions about the potential for revocation, because I will tell you that there's a strong belief that there's too many rules and regs and there's too much regulation going on. So I'm sure there will be a lot of questions about potential for revocation of these. So that what we would have to address underneath there is briefly describe how revocation would affect Kansans. That's a maximum of 800 characters, okay? Is the rule and regulation being revoked? Yes or no? If the rule and regulation is not in active use, would revocation require a change to the authorizing or implementing statute? Yes or no? If the rule and reg is not in active use and revocation would require a change in the authorizing or implementing statute, what are the changes? Then there's a section that you have to answer if there's any ties to federal programs, which ours are not. So we're not going to have to do anything with that section. And then the additional information is we have to provide any additional information necessary to understanding the necessity of the rule and reg. So that has to be done for every one of those 90 rules and regs in 2 years. We submit our report in 2025. I think it's July 15th of 2025. This is the way the report looks right now. However, the first group of agencies are getting ready to submit theirs this year. And it's my understanding that this report then goes to the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regs. I don't know if that means that we have to go over there and appear in front of them. They're the ones that we have to take any changes over there, and present it in front of them. But as you can see, there's gonna have to be a lot of work done in 2 years. I don't know if you have any thoughts about how this could take place. A thought that I had, that doesn't mean we have to do it, is we can put together, kind of a sheet for each one of them and then look at all 90 and how can these be done in, what, 8 meetings? Basically what you're looking at. And then there would be, kind of a sheet that when you go through each of those, you're gonna have to go through and answer this. Now, unless you have some other idea, this is not statutes, this is rules and regs. So some of what you review every 5 years is statutes, and that's fine. That is not covered in here unless there would need to be some change to the authorizing or implementing the statute based on how you answered here. So I don't know if you have any other ideas. Otherwise, we need to start this in September.
So they would all be done here at the board level in your proposal versus at the.
Well, I think they could start in the committee, but it has to be the board who answers all these questions, not the staff. Now, the staff can do the first part, which is the number, the title, the type, the effective date, the authorizing KSA, implementing KSA. I think they're gonna try to have Secretary of State put that in the report sheet, but that's a lot for them to take on because it's all agencies, not just us. So if they can't, we can certainly, that's just gonna take a little time looking at the regulation and stuff. But I think answering these questions and everything will have to be, the final will have to be done at the board level, not staff.
Can staff make recommendations?
Sure, I mean, I think we can make recommendations, you know, we can provide any information that you feel you need, because I thought what we would do is put the rule and reg in the packet along with the reporting sheet that lists all of this, so everybody's gonna have to give this a little bit of thought, I think, before they come, because it's not gonna be as easy as, yeah, we approve it as it is and it goes on. Okay, there's gonna be some thinking, because I anticipate if some of them are not revoked, there will be some questions as to why we need all of those, because it's already been pointed out to me that we have a lot. So,
So could we do a similar to Sydney where we are all accountable for all of them? However, Brenda takes the lead on 2 or 3, Melissa takes the lead on 2 or 3, and so then.
the assignments, like we do in CNE, yeah. We can do
I
it.
wonder too if we could start with a recommendation from staff of the top 10 that are most likely not needed or something.
Right, that's a good.
Maybe block some of the ones that, in your opinion, based on experience, you all have so much more experience to tell us, these are the ones we think we could. And just prioritize and change.
Actually, when it says not in active use, I don't know too many that are not actively used at some point in time, but we can certainly look at them and, you know, and I don't know if it would be helpful if some are combined, you know, because sometimes we'll have something about licensing, okay? And then we've got active license, we've got lapse license, we've got, exempt, something like that. I mean, can those all be put in one licensing, and that would cut down on that number? But you still have to have those because you have all those different licenses. So, yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Just get a whole bundle in front of us.
Dig in.
Categories, and if there's recommendations from staff or helping to kind of group those together that could potentially be combined, I think that would be a good starting point for the participants.
I have a question maybe to Charles, because him and I have not talked about this. Is there an issue when you combine them to cut down the number? How's that looked at? Do you know, or?
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay, no problem. You can think about it and give me.
You might be able to come up with some generic responses, because this board's very good about keeping up and keeping current with the regulations. I have some other boards where the last time they even looked at their regs was like 2010, 2008, 2006, so there could be maybe some more standard responses you could come up to make it more efficient.
Okay, we will get together, and so you will start seeing some of that in the September mini packets. So, and let us know if you have questions or anything.
I have a quick question, Carol. So you say September, but we'll get those like in August?
Right,
Okay.
yeah, because we
I
try
didn't know
to,
what time.
we try to get the packets out to you at least 2 weeks ahead of time. Sometimes it's a little close, especially when there's a holiday, which is kind of what we ran into this time. Memorial Day holiday and stuff like that, but we would try to get them out, and then it would be, as far as the assignments, it would be the staff member that's covering that committee. Like for education, it would be Janelle. For practice and investigative, it would be Linda. They will be looking at the number to be covered in that committee meeting, and then they will assign them to certain people. Like one board member has these two, another committee member has these two. That's what she was talking about in CNE. That's how we do that. So.
We also though in CNE, which I think we saw the example yesterday, like just for coverage in case someone isn't there, like we do pair up assignments for that.
Yes, so
Yes.
it's not one person.
Yeah.
shouldering the burden.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. Good point, thank you. Okay, I think that's all I have unless you have questions. We've been busy. It's been a busy quarter.
Email this international, but I don't know what CG.
CGF&S, what's those initials?
It
CGF
actually doesn't mean anything anymore.
Oh, okay, all right, they are actually, an agency. According to our regulations, when we have someone apply for license that has obtained their nursing education in foreign country, we have to have all of their education and any licensure in that foreign country evaluated to see how it compares to what we have here. Because you have to realize some of the transcripts are not even in English, so it would make no sense for us to try to interpret those. So that is the agency that then the applicant can pay them, provide the information to them. They go get that information, they do a report for us, and then notify us that the report's available on a portal, and we go print it out. You know, they've been under, I think, a lot of fire because to come into the United States. And so anytime that process is slowed down in someone's eyes, then they kind of look for the reason why. But I think CGF&S has really stepped up to the plate. They're also doing some work with National Council to kind of help this process. They are not the only agency that does this. There's other ones out there. They're kind of the gold mark. They're the ones that we've always used. But there was discussion in education about maybe opening up another one so that the applicant would have more choices, in other words.
And does this apply to all refugees and individuals who are just wanting to move here? I'm warning about the influx of refugees that we're currently experiencing, at least in the Kansas City area. And that have a lot of licensure, or a lot of credentials, but they just aren't prepared for a licensure system.
Yeah, what determines it is what, if they've received their education, their nursing education in a foreign country. And they don't always have to be licensed in that foreign country, but a lot of times they are licensed in that foreign country. And then that kind of determines how it would be equivalent to what you would see here, such as it's equivalent to a BSN level in the United States. Or sometimes we have, I know We had one that actually was a nurse midwife in another country, but it didn't equate to advanced practice in the United States. It's just a difference in education and difference. You said something about refugees. I will tell you that I had a meeting with the governor's office. They were asking a lot of questions because there's refugees, especially from Ukraine and Afghanistan in Kansas, and some of them were nurses in their other country. So they were wondering, you know, what was the process? So I went through the process. They have to have a social security number, and that may be the issue for some of them because there's a long list, I think, to get visas and all of that. And then, you know, we talked a little bit, it may be kind of difficult to get some of these records out of Ukraine and Afghanistan right now, just because of what's going on there. So I don't know. We're supposed to have more meetings about that, but you brought that up, so I was just gonna tell you there's been a little bit of discussion about that. So,
Other questions? Thank you, Phil. Adrian?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. You have my report in your packet. I'll try to be as brief as I can. A lot of work's been done this quarter. You're gonna hear a little bit about some in some of the committee meetings, but I've been busy on the front of NCSBN as you heard of. My ending of my term is coming up, so I'm working on the transition to whoever becomes elected, the next treasurer, building you know, tools and components for them to use to hopefully be successful in their term. So that's keeping me quite busy. And then I was part of the CEO search committee. So we were doing interviews and those sorts of things for the new CEO of NCSBN. So that has kept me quite busy. Attended a few conferences, attended the Discipline Case Management Conference with Linda and Michaela. And then attended some CLEAR conferences, which was really interesting because there was an international component to it. So got to hear some of the things that you guys were just talking about being discussed at those meetings. And so I appreciate being able to go to that. Let's see. We've been working on the continuity of operations plan. At some point, I'd like to be able to bring that back to the board. Would probably need to be something that was done in a closed session if we're allowed to do that, just because it deals with the continuity and information security and those sorts of things for the agency. But there is kind of an important indicator that we have to do that we show that we've done that due diligence. And so if we get it done by the next meeting, we might bring it to that. If not, we'll bring it towards the end of the year. But Michelle's been doing a lot of work on that front for us, and Tony and Colton are also working for the data side of things. So it's an important task that we get done and get completed. Along with those same lines, we're working on a full system security plan for the licensing system. I will say that I have spent a tremendous amount of time working on that with the Kansas Information Security Office. I spend 2 to 4 hours every week, and we've been doing that since December. And so we're finally almost accomplished with that portion, which is an important step for the agency in terms of compliance. Another nice thing that has happened that I'm really happy about is that we finally have our data centers fully moved. We've got the one in the Subtropolis Caves in Lenexa, Kansas, and then we also have our backup data center was moved in mid-May. Tony got us moved there. Minimal issues, nothing crazy happened. He did a really good job with the move. So now we're fully moved, and I hope there for a while because I don't have to go through that again. But it did a great job getting us there. As you heard, and you'll probably hear in finance, but we were approved for the licensing system upgrades. Carol got us the finances needed from the legislative standpoint, but we also wanted to look at some other avenues. So we also received the Spark grant, which is part of the ARPA recovery funds. And so between those two funding sources, passed the Kansas Information Technology Office review and just got approved through the procurement department yesterday. So I'm gonna hopefully tomorrow, the next day, get that contract going so that we can get that process going. And essentially what that's going to do is allow us to bring the code base and do some informatics stuff with the system Understanding that that's sort of phase one, and then I'll probably be bringing back a recommendation as long as it's successful to one of the later board meetings so that we can then in FY24 look at doing the case management system and the mobile functionality part of it. So that would be essentially phase 2 of the project. We also received a small grant for, we call it BTCO, but it's the company that's converting all of our investigative case files. Did some work for Rand's department as well. We're getting all of the scan. We're trying to get out of the Mills building, which is across the way, and get everything scanned so that we can get out of that location because it's really not an ideal spot. Plus with the move of staff being hybrid, it's nice to get them all in the information system. They get backed up, all of that, you know. And it's your fingertips type of thing. So that's some projects that are going on. Sharon upstairs is doing a wonderful job getting that going. Linda and her team are working on getting cases reviewed and giving us clearance of what we have to keep and don't have to keep so that we can get all of that information scanned and get out of there. We're also winding up, I guess you would say, for the ARC case, which is the CORA Kansas Open Records Act system where people can ask for information electronically, and we'll go through and track all of that in that system. So we're working on the final parts of that to hopefully get that going here relatively soon. And then probably the next big thing is invited Rayanne Bird here with me. She's the licensing supervisor. As you heard, she does an awesome job with her team. She's going to start joining me down here and we'll be giving a similar report. We just broke the news to her not too long ago, so she didn't have time to get anything ready for this meeting. But we're going to strategize and maybe think of, some statistics or some of those type of things that we can add to the report to kind of show you. You heard about, we're receiving awards for and part of what her team is doing. And it would be nice to be able to start documenting that and show some of the progression that we're doing. Also, although she can't say too much about this, but it was a great honor for us and I think for her. She was selected to go back to NCSBN to work on a little special project that they're looking at for licensure, changes in licensure and those sorts of things, processes to make things faster and that sort of thing. Of course, they thought of her to do that. So she's under a non-disclosure agreement, so she can't say too much about it. But we're busy doing that work, and I don't know if you want to say anything about
So I will say about that meeting, Phil actually ran that meeting and he is just amazing. The thing that I really liked about it is, he's like, I want to get you guys because you guys are the ones doing the work. We want to make it easier. We want to make it better. We want to know, they want to know what works and what doesn't. So they really look to the people of the licensing, to the people of the boards of nursing to figure out how to make it better. So that's always great. Yeah.
We were very, very pleased that she was able to do that and, gets her some exposure to the national field and to show Kansas in a positive light. I don't know if you want to say anything else about it.
So I will say, right now we are still in the thick of graduation. Even though graduation happened in May, right now we are doing testing. Even this week alone, we have 250 testers about. So we are just super, super busy. The licensing team is only 4 people. They are extremely efficient. They are just fabulous. They know what to do, when to do it. They just make my job very, very easy. So they're great. The other thing is for that next portion of the APRN bill. So I'm going to completely revamp the information on the website. We've had about that year to kind of figure out how we need to get the information out there, what works, what doesn't. So that will be happening so that we can get that out there July 1st. And then after that, I will be working on, I think for the next meeting, I'm going to get some information to you guys because I do audits to get the numbers to Carol for budget. So you guys will probably see some of that in September, and I'm sure Carol will talk to you about that. But that's what we got going on right now.
We're glad you're here, Rayanne.
Well,
Thank you
thanks for having
joining
me.
us. Think about it, Rayanne's team touches every licensee every 2 years at least, so that if you look at the numbers within Adrian's report. And to think about the turnaround times that she's established, it truly is remarkable, and it is not common among other states. I didn't realize that till I had the opportunity to go to NCSBN and hear from other boards. That this is an anomaly that Rayanne has developed, and it is phenomenal, and that your team does an excellent job as well. So please extend our appreciation.
They are really great. You know, the other thing too is they're really good about trying to figure out, you know, if we get a lot of calls or a lot of emails about something, you know, how can we get the information out there better? You know, we want to get people licensed. We want to get them off our desk. We want to get them to work. I mean, I think that's a big misconception about us, is that we want to hold them. It's not that we want to hold them. We want them to work. We just can't process information we don't have. So they try very hard to call, email, have that constant communication. They're really good at their jobs.
And they all receive, you know, we hear comments and, you know, compliments.
Yeah.
Her and her staff regularly, how fast things are going, so that's really nice.
Very good. So thank you.
It's a work in progress.
For my report.
Thank you, Adrian. Great job. Okay, Janelle?
Madam President. Like the education report hopefully will be fairly brief, but I think one of the things that always continues to amaze me, we do have several nursing program updates. We've had several changes again this quarter. Rasmussen University has moved their location into Topeka. They're actually a satellite of the Overland Park program. Their director has continued to be still Jamie Magana, but they have moved over to the south side of town from the north. So Salina Area Technical College, their director resigned. She's moving. So they have a new director for both nursing and allied health. Naomi Tatro will be taking that position. Johnson County, the ADN program, longtime director Karen Lamartina is retiring, and Dr. Lori Shank will be taking over the full-time director position for that program on July 1st. University of St. Mary, we were notified Dr. Karen Kidder has stepped up and taken the interim chair for the Division of Nursing and the director for the BSN program until they're doing a search for a new director for both their undergrad and grad programs. Newman University had a big change with their nurse anesthesia program. Both their director and assistant director have returned to full-time practice. And so they have two new folks. Kenyatta Brent is their new director, and Peter Strube is their new assistant director for that program. We will be going out to visit them in the fall, so we'll get a chance to meet them. They had 3 site visits since our last meeting. I just wanted to make a note. One of those is initial visit for a new LMHT program. That's a little unusual. So I just thought I'd put that out there. We'll be hearing about that with the education report today. So just in response to the question about the CGF&S, I usually do put that in my report. Just to note, I am seeing an increase in those numbers quarterly now. I used to get maybe 10 to 20 that on the high end. The last 3 quarters, I've been in the high 20s and 30s for those, which doesn't seem like a lot of difference, but over time, and I think they're going to continue to increase. So those reports are what I review in terms of our regulation that the curriculum that they've had meets our regulation. And if it doesn't, I work with Ray on getting back to them. And sometimes there are things they have to do to make sure that is met. But I think for a while we were seeing a lot of issues with people would be calling about delayed reports, but I think I haven't had any of those lately. It seems like most of the ones that are coming through have had the reports, and they seem to be coming a little more timely. So I think that's good. It was interesting this time. Last time we've been seeing a lot of increase from the Philippines in terms of number of nurses, but Kenya is also stepping up. I've seen the last 2 of 3 quarters, they've been the high numbers coming in. So just a little idea of where those nurses are coming from in that report. I did put a little note in about our petition statistics for, I kind of did a little 5-year summary. Sometimes that question comes up. It sometimes feels like there's a lot of them, but it's a year-long process. So sometimes those come through and we don't really know what's happening. So I just made a note for the 5 years that we've had 177 petitions. I thought it was interesting, we have 19, I think 20 actually, still in process, one's waiting to test. 76 expired without completing, so we do get not quite half that we go through the whole process and we approve, but they just never get it done. Of the ones that do complete, which is about the same number, I gave an idea of the number that have tested and passed and tested and failed. That one of the things that was interesting is we do have some that complete that entire process and never test. It's not a high percentage, but it is an interesting fact. One of the other things, I don't know if I put here, but what's happened recently too for petitioners, we've had several that have not completed in the last year. I've looked back over the quarters of I think it's been about 15 that did not complete in the last year. 10 of those were at their 5-year mark, so they cannot petition again. At this point, by our policy, they would have to retake their nursing courses in order to test. So it is important, and I do try to get that information out there. Nobody wants to tell a student, now, if you don't pass, remember, get this done before 2 years. But a lot of them they don't know that. And they're surprised when we tell them, you're past your 5-year mark, you're going to have to do it. And they're surprised by that. But we're seeing a lot of people continuing to try, which is good. But I thought that was something that I don't know if there's something I have on my list of to-dos to bring up that petition process again and what we're doing in terms of encouraging and in that process. So that's on my list to look and see if there's anything we need to do to revamp that process. Our education annual report is in process. It's due the end of this month. We were able to get the link out and live by mid-April. The NCSBN, we're working with them. This is our 3rd year working with them on the report. They are great about keeping me updated. I got a report a couple of weeks ago. We had about 15, 16 of our programs and 3 of our 7 graduate programs. We have 59 that have to submit. So at this point, I think, after the graduations is now when a lot of the programs are starting to work on their reports and get them submitted. They worked on them, but getting them submitted. And so after that June 30th date, we will, that's when it closes. So other things I think I just want to mention, I think I reminded last time, the Next Generation NCLEX did begin on April 1. We have a few anecdotal reports, nothing solid yet on that. Hopefully I will be able to report a little more as we hopefully get more toward a 6-month mark, but initial things that we're hearing from students, and I think I talked with Karen in the licensing department too, we're seeing really good pass rates so far. So we're hoping, and what I'm hearing from faculty and students, any that I talk to, is that it's not as bad as they thought. And actually some of them are preferring the way that those questions are worded. They really like the new style of questions because it really makes more sense to them. So I think, those that struggle a little bit with test taking, maybe this will be a little bit more like, oh, this is just work on paper. So hopefully we'll continue to see good things with that. For Kansas programs, the annual Clinical Teaching Institute and Nurse Educator Conference is going to be in July on the 19th through the 21st at Newman University. That registration is open, as well as the NCSBN NCLEX conference, which they have switched to a completely virtual. They can provide so much more space for folks, but it's a 1-day conference. It will be September 21st, and that registration is also open, and I provided the link for folks on that report. So hopefully that will be helpful. And I think that's all I have, unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Janelle.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. In your packet under staff reports, you will find the practice specialist report for June 2023. Cases are still being worked from receipt of applications requiring legal review and from complaints alleging unprofessional conduct. To add to the licensing, processing timely that, licensing supervisor Ray, indicated, we review the cases, where the application has indicated there's legal history. And so I want to couple to that, we've changed our processes over the last 2 years and have gone from a 55, 56 day turnaround on our end to now we're at 7 to 10 business days to process our piece. And sometimes we are processing our piece of the total that's needed for licensing to process the entire application and issue the license. Where sometimes we're issuing our piece of that even before the applicant has taken the NCLEX or submitted their transcripts. So I commend the investigative committee chair, which is Becky. She meets weekly with us to review things timely. We get things addressed, bring things back if she feels there's something else she needs. But we do have now a 7 to 10 day turnaround for those pieces. So that's commendable, I think, for our staff that's doing that.
Thank you.
But yeah, we still have a lot of cases open. We are nearly fully staffed. We have one opening currently, but we're kind of holding on that to kind of see where we're at. Because, like even with the current staff that we had 99 cases that were presented for the investigative committee to look at this quarter. In March, we had 94 cases. So we don't want to overwhelm our committee members. So we're trying to figure out how we can, have a nice amount for you to review timely and be able to process without pulling your hair out. So yeah. So we still average about 8 complaints per week. And we are unfortunately seeing a trending upward of the impairment, abuse, drug diversion cases. I think this is something when we went to the Discipline Case Management Conference, Michaela and I sat and visited a little bit. Currently it used to be that about 40% of people who had a chemical dependency or substance use disorder had a underlying mental health diagnosis. That has now risen to 60%, as well as the nurse suicide rate is increasing. And so there is an alarm that is going on about this need to be able to address these licensees timely, as well as be able to get them the mental health recovery that they might need, and maybe they don't even know. The NCSBN's Discipline Case Management Conference, I'll briefly share a little bit, and if Michaela wants to join in, there was a psychologist that was there that helped us understand trauma-informed care and how these nurses that have these mental health triggers, sometimes we need to be looking at the mental health if there's a diagnosis for something. Are they currently under treatment, under a plan of care? And Michaela brought up that, that might help her understand what type of rehabilitation to partner with the nurse on to be able to get them rehabilitated, and not necessarily go straight to revocation, but to look at the whole picture. I benefited a lot from the networking, finally being in person, to be able to go. And so I really appreciated talking to the people I've been talking with over these last few years in person. I don't know, Michaela, do you have anything more you want to add about that?
No, I completely agree. And I think there's a lofty goal with the case management conference was to define a very standardized pathway for all of the states for these nurses who have mental health problems or addiction issues, that process or that pathway be standardized where they can get help, and that across the states. Now, that's a lot of work and that's a very lofty goal, but it definitely benefit the nursing practice, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got some discussion topics we'll probably just have ongoing, and look forward to next year's conference for sure as well. So going on, KNAPP provided their statistical summary for their quarter. And so that's the number that are enrolled currently it's decreasing, although we do see during investigative committee that we are asking for KNAPP evaluation. So that means we would be asking for them to be going. So I'm not sure where the disconnect is on that. So I'll be diving in to kind of figure out some of that a little bit better. Our performance-based budget metrics. Wow. Okay. We're still reviewing complaints within the 2-week period. We're at 95%. So I think we still are seeing an increase in how well Carol and I are processing those complaints. And then percentage of investigations completed within 9 months by the time when we get them open, we're at 50%. We're still trying to increase that. We're still looking at the processes internally. Some of it's subpoenaed documents, and do we receive those and how we receive those? And so we're looking at all of those things and hoping to get that piece more better, efficient wise. We unfortunately had 11 unlicensed practice. And some were even this time around, I think were faculty at schools of nursing even. So that was a little bit troubling. We didn't have any imposter cases for a change. That was nice. As far as the open records, we still, Hannah and I are still doing our current system of how we do this. We do manage to maintain a turnaround time of less than 10 days from receipt. Yesterday, we just received 3 and I completed the 3-day letters for all of them, and I processed 1 completely already. The other 2 will hopefully be processed by the end of this week. So we don't sit on them. We process them timely. I don't know. I think the biggest issue with open records is we don't have access to all of the documents that are being requested. We have access to investigative and disciplinary documents. If we need education documents, we have to go to education. If we need licensing documents, we have to ask licensing to help us with some of those things. If they're wanting data, we go to IT, and if they're wanting emails, we go to IT, and then they go to other agencies. So a lot of the time the turnaround is relying on others to give us the documents so that we can produce those. We will be going to the Mills building. If you haven't ever seen that and gone to that, you're welcome to go with us. Wear scrubby clothes when we go because it's bat infested, and yeah, so it's kind of fun. But we're going to go down there and we're going to finish looking at the rest of the documents that are in paper format, because all of our stuff was paper prior to helping go electronic. But going through those to see which cases we definitely need to maintain according to our record retention policy, because it's 10 years after even the disciplinary action has occurred. So we may have closed out a case from the investigative side, but it's still considered opened, and we still need to maintain it even after that piece until the disciplinary action has occurred. So we're going to all go down there and have a little have a little fun and try to figure out how we can finish getting the rest of those documents out of that building. So we hope to go by September is what we're shooting for. So I've been putting everybody off to July 1.
Is there still a lot left?
Yes. One whole room. We had 2 rooms.
Yeah.
Now we're down to 1 room.
You're welcome to
So it's not a
come.
one-time trip. This is gonna be a.
This will be everybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of those that are left are the older. ones.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so those are the ones that we're just specifically looking to see when was the last time that any action was taken on that case to where we would potentially need to keep it. So you're welcome to join. I mean, it'll be fun. I'll take anybody. Charles, you can come too. You love all that stuff. So open records, like I said, they're increasing. And so any assistance like this ArtCase software system, and sure, it's going to be a challenge to kind of implement and figure out what things we don't know and how it can help us with. One of the things that I can it's not going to allow me to do an estimate. So I don't know how we will do that, but I'll visit with you and figure that piece out. So as far as supervisory, I did report the practice call type and volume to the practice committee members yesterday. And they did review that. As far as the investigative process changes and a potential proposal, I'll get to that at the end of my report because it's kind of substantial. The meetings I attended, not only did I attend the Discipline Case Management Conference, but I also went to the Kansas Association of Risk and Quality Managers. I'm an associate member of this group, and I went to the spring meeting and I learned about pretty much the misperceptions from risk managements and directors of nursing, and even the attorneys for some of the facilities were there, as well as their concerns relating to reporting. And basically what ended up happening was that I've been now asked to present at their fall conference in August. And so I said, what do you want me to report, to discuss, and they said anything. from the Board of Nursing will be well received. And I said, maybe I'll just start with a Board of Nursing 101. What do we do with what you send to us? And they said, yeah, that could even lead into a 102 and a 103. And I said, I'm a lifer. And so this will be good because it's good networking with the people who are reporting to, their concerns about licensees. So how can we help the licensee rehabilitate? How can we partner together with facilities and keep the nurses employed, working, as well as being monitored in recovery? So I think it'll end up being a good thing. So now then, beginning on page 5 of your packet, of your practice specialist report, is a timeline I did because I said I would do an overview of kind of like all the stuff that we've done since the strategic planning retreat last February 2022. So I kind of just highlighted the points that we were looking at. And we talked about assessing operational efficiency within case investigation process, within the disciplinary process, as well as could we move to a more timely meeting process? And the goal was to go monthly. Georgia was a template, but they have different laws and different processes. And so we had to kind of look to see what works for Kansas. In September of last year, there was no new appointments to the investigative committee, so I was still left with the current 3, and 2 were up for reappointment. We had not heard in March. And so we were concerned that if we didn't get them reappointed, who were we going to have come July 1st? And it was, I think, mid-May when we finally heard that they got reappointed. So I was breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief about trying to figure out how do we do this. So for June, the considerations still remain. Is there a board member rotation going to happen for the investigative committee? And if so, I need to know who, because I need to be able to, if a certain board member reviews a case, I need to be able to make sure the attorney, if they have questions on that case, can go to the right board member to ask those questions of. So I need to be able to link that. So I mean, currently I just have the 3, and we can start with something with just them. There was a misperception, I think. I don't know if I didn't clarify it well or whatever, but the investigative committee training is not extensive, I don't feel. I think that Kayla just went through it. You meet with me about an hour, and we go over the process of case investigation, answer your questions, and I'm available all the time. And then you meet with the committee chair, and you have templates of previous cases that have been well redacted, but you go over with the committee chair what they were looking at when they reviewed the case summary, and what they thought this person, the violation was there, and what evidence supported that violation, and why they chose certain discipline. And so you meet with the committee chair. I think about it, we scheduled for 2 hours. I don't know if that was, it was enough time, but I think it was. It gives you a kind of a good start for when you do get that 99 cases to have to review. The other thing that needs to be considered, and it probably needs to get in with all this other, with the regulations that need to be looked at too, but the disciplinary statutes and regulations were modified, and we even drafted an impairment statute. And so those have been on hold for a few years. I would have to go back and even relook at them myself. I think the committee has asked to possibly relook at them again. And then possibly we need to kind of look to see how do we get those things moved forward so that we can, have everything working together. We found out from Charles that COMA does apply, so we would still have to figure out how to do a virtual meeting, which can be done. We practiced that during the pandemic, and I think we can do that. But then, we're still working internally, the staff are, about our processes. And after July 1st, I'm meeting with Rachel, our disciplinary counsel, and we're looking at the resolution from once the decision is made by the committee members and the time frame for getting that discipline completed. So she and I will be starting to look at that. I don't have access to a lot of their stuff, but I'm hoping that whatever I need access to, that will be figured out. So what I propose, and I did bring this to the investigative committee on Monday because I didn't want them unaware that I was going to be asking for this. But after the September 2023 board meeting, which is your annual meeting, the investigative committee will meet at the 6-week mark between board meetings. And we will meet virtually. So like the first tentative date is October 23rd. The board meetings themselves will be in person. We talked about, you don't want 100 cases to review. You don't want 50 cases to review at the 6-week mark. Everybody's busy and working. But do I only bring the abuse, impairment, drug diversion type, the significant investigations at the 6-week mark, and hold some of those others that are more educational for the full board at the quarterly report? It's a little bit of a logistic thing for Hannah and I to figure out, but we're willing to kind of dive in to figure that piece out. But if you're looking at 40, 45 cases that you would review before, we also have a draft of a cover sheet for each that will help, and then the committee members use this time, and it helped them based off of the most recent, all the sanctions that you guys come up with. If you're going to do a suspension, you have to have a time frame. So it lists time frames. If you want CNEs, it lists the CNEs, so it's easier for you to not, mark on your sheet. For this case, I want a suspension for, 10 days, and I want them to do this CNE for whatever, or whatever you want, but it allows you to kind of like process without having to also write your notes to yourself for all of those cases. So that cover sheet seemed to work this time. So it's another way that we can kind of help be more efficient that way. I don't know the time frame. I'm guessing a half day. It might be virtual, but I would recommend that after each time we will look at what worked, what didn't work, and kind of come up with ideas for keeping the process going to where we can hopefully get it streamlined to where it's maybe a couple of hours, but because I know we're all busy. So that's my recommendation, is that we would move to see about meeting virtually as an investigative committee to process some cases. And I would hopefully just look at the significant investigations first at the 6-week mark, and then, do an ongoing evaluation and report back to the full board. So I need guidance from the board.
So Linda, will you clarify your report here in the proposal says that to begin meeting monthly?
That
It was
was
about a 6-week.
Yeah, okay, the monthly, I think, was the initial thought, but for the first, we thought maybe we would start at the 6-week mark and then eventually hopefully move to monthly once we iron out some pieces. Because if we're meeting.
Feel of the time commitment from the parties that are involved, just starting monthly right off the bat just comes down to time. Well, we don't want to push ourselves into failure right off the bat.
Well, and I think too, we have to do notice of meeting, which you have to have that out, Jill, 2 weeks prior. And so we would be coming out of a meeting to go right back into a meeting. So that gives us a little bit of wiggle room to kind of figure out the logistics, because we have to have Colton with virtual. It involves more than just the committee board members. There's a lot of staff behind the scenes that are trying to get this figured out as well. But that's why I thought start with the 6-week mark, and eventually, hopefully, maybe we can move to a monthly and see how that goes. But I don't know that I want to push for a monthly at this time, if that helps.
I think that, that is in alignment with what our strategic conversations were when we met 18 months ago.
Mhm.
And I think you're working towards those goals. It'd be interesting to look at the statistics that you shared at the beginning. You've done a lot of work and process cleanup without adding extra meetings. So if that is our baseline at this point, what does adding the meetings do to our number of open cases and our timeframes? And ultimately, that's our success and failure, is trying to close cases in a timely manner and respond to these concerns. I think that's what we heard from the board for those that were attending at that retreat that we had about 18 months ago. So I applaud the recommendation, and if that's where the committee feels there's opportunity, I support that. I would ask others to chime in.
think my only question from our, just thinking back to that strategic plan conversation and some of the notes here in terms of amount of time for orientation and whatnot. I feel like came a little bit from, and I don't know if it was what they did in Georgia, but I thought that maybe every board member at some point participated, so that rather than set participants having to commit to that every 6-week commitment and responsibility, that it was, you know, more rotating. And so that's then where it came on, like, did you need to have historical reference? Were cases discussed from one meeting to the next? Did it take a lot of training to get involved? Like, so I'm a little unclear, I guess, in terms of kind of, it feels like with this proposal, it feels doable the way that it's structured currently with committee participation, or if it's still, you know, a thought or part of discussion for, you know, just extended participation.
I heard too from that Georgia, they said every board member rotated through. Now, we can't have 2 rotate through because they would have a conflict, because they would potentially have to review the cases if there's appeals or something, correct, Charles? Yeah, so there, you already have 3 board committee members. You would have 2 that can't be in there at all. So then that leaves 6 that we could potentially rotate through, because, I mean, I will just say, I don't know, and unless education, you have rotation of board members for site visits, but is it fair for one committee to have a rotation that you meet all the time like that if none of the other committees do? I will never have anybody want to be on the investigative committee with that kind of time frame requirement. You're all busy. So how do you make it fair? I think it's what we're looking at. I think, like the current proposal is just for the current 3 to kind of work through those things and maybe give feedback back to the board to say, this is what we feel the other board members can help us with. Honestly, I don't know what that looks like, because Georgia has different laws and different rules about whether their board members can do certain things. So we have to do it within the confines of what Kansas allows. So that's where we're at currently, unless the laws change, and then that's another 3 to 5 years. So,
So I appreciate that perspective, Linda. I do think that, you know, we are charged with providing safe nurses to our public, and being able to respond to concerns in a timely manner is important. And so if rotating board members is something that we need to do, then I think that's a process we should put into place. And if additional board members would help alleviate the caseloads, yeah, I do, you know, we have a staff position that you refer to is still open, and the holdup is board participation. I think there are folks that are willing to be part of that committee and to participate in the review of cases if that's the holdup. We've seen more and more cases come to light nationally. And as a board, we need to be responsive and be aware of the concerns that are happening. And if there is a case that is in the state that we are not timely in responding to, then that is the concern that I have. You know, we've seen several cases. There's the Tennessee case. There's several recent cases where litigation took place, and boards of nursing were then asked for statements and opinions and what did they do with the license. And I think we all need to be prepared to respond in a timely manner. So to Andrea's point, if we need to have more participation to meet our caseloads, I think we need to do that. And if that means 2 hours a month or half a day a month, I think that's part of our responsibility by having the seat on this board, to be available to the groups. So one of our executive sessions is going to be some education for the board from a legal perspective as to our disciplinary process, and that's what we'll be experiencing today. It's legal advice about the disciplinary process. So that's part of what's going to happen for the whole board, particularly our newer members if we haven't sat through that previously. I do think, I think that these changes are very timely. It's been a lot of work and progress since that retreat where this was all discussed so heavily. And I think we are certainly showing progress. I think we have to continue to this back. Be able to ensure that we don't have the number of open cases that we do. And it's until you sit on that committee and fully understand it, it's not anyone's fault always that a case remains open. There's different pieces of that puzzle that have to come together in order to complete the case. And sometimes that means you're waiting on a judge, or you're waiting on a response from a facility, or you're waiting on something to happen. But I think it is important that the delay is not from a board perspective, that we're delayed because we only review cases quarterly.
I mean, let me just say, I think a lot of progress has been made from strategic plan. I commend all the work that you've done and the committee members on the investigative committee and your staff. So it certainly wasn't meant to be. I just, I think, again, with that progress and just pushing to continue to move forward and have less amount of time, I don't mean for that to be, as someone not on the investigative committee looking to add work to others, because as you said, it's something that we all committed to in some way to be on the board. So just acknowledge that.
Well, it was a good experience, I think, for the investigative team, because we dived into our internal processes and looked at, where are the barriers and the challenges for us to be able to get response from facilities. It's been good to be part of that CARCM membership, because now I have networking into where I can help the risk managers understand we need stuff timely. We've been visiting with IT about, and I've visited with our disciplinary counsel. Can we have an affidavit that when the complaint comes in, because often the complaint comes in with documents, but we have to have the affidavit that says this person did attest that these are the documents that were from their facilities if it goes to court. And so how do they securely submit documents? Currently, they come in via CD, attached emails that they don't encrypt. And I'm just like, oh, I mean, it gives me a lot of pause. And so I'm always saying, Adrian, how do we do this different? And so I'm excited about some changes. And I think that this last year has allowed us to truly look at the entire process to see how we can all be better. So I think the cases are getting processed timelier because we are looking at those things. So, but adding anything extra into it is going to create another challenge, but the team is resilient. I mean, they're just, let's go, what do we need to do? And like,
are like heavier than they used to be. I don't know what other word to say to right.
their acuity is high.
You think of bedside, but when you're reading, there's a lot of work involved today. Every case versus about, 3 or 4 years ago, but it was a simpler fix it. But not today. They're back down like it's hard cases. Some nights when it involves a lot of probably at work to get the information.
And I think all the more reason is to maybe Andrew's point is to trying to get these cases to resolution and spending the time needed and why we need to go through process changes. I mean, there's a lot that's led into that. We tied the hands of our educators by not allowing them to have clinical sites to do their clinicals in. And so then the nurses that come out of school aren't as prepared as what they were previously, to no one's fault. And so there's just a lot of things that have led us to the environment that we're in right now and practicing in. And so our responsibility as a board is to respond to those changes and to put the tools in place to be able to effectively evaluate the practice and ensure that there are safe nurses out there for us. So, I think that, I don't know if others would like to make comments about moving to the 6-week schedule. That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm very supportive of that. I know that in September, you received, Carol talked about, you received your sheet where you can fill out which committees that you're interested in. We may need to do some restructuring, and that would be an ideal time to do that with the September appointments of committees is typically when we make those immediately following the September meeting is when we make those appointments. So it wouldn't be until just after that you would receive your committee assignments, but that might be a good opportunity for us to look at, if we need to add additional seats on that investigative committee of board members. I think the 6 weeks is a good place to start now, and then we don't know towards that. And we'll probably learn something throughout that first initial meeting, and then it might give us some direction as to what support from board we need to bring forth. Does that sound reasonable? Does that meet your request?
Yeah, I just needed to know when and where and how to start. I figure we'll start with the 3 in that October meeting. And then if there's someone else that's wanting to be on, I don't know, we could get them trained and maybe we can have one more join. And that way, I think there needs to be some overlap between an experienced current investigative committee member with a new person. I don't want 2 new people trying to make a decision on something when there's clearly they need to have assistance in figuring out, what do you look at? What did you look at? I can't answer those questions as board staff. That has to come from the committee member.
We do have 3 new board members that have not received their committee assignments yet.
Okay, okay,
Thanks.
okay.
Good.
I also, this Carol, want to remind you, I believe Becky's term is done at the end of next year. And she has been very instrumental with that committee, so there needs to be some sort of succession planning to take over for her because she's been very experienced in that committee.
And as chair of that committee, you meet weekly with us via Teams for the application review. So I don't know as the chair, co-chair, I don't know how we need to structure it, but everybody's working. So I don't know how that would best work. I know we looked at the articles in the investigative committee and it only indicated that there needed to be 1 RN and a minimum of 3, right? Or minimum of 1, I don't remember, but maybe look at the articles for that again, as far as composition, and there's no like minimum of 5 or minimum of whatever, so we looked at that, so you should be able to add people according to what we saw Monday. But how you add them, we'll give them training. So.
We'll start with the 6-week meeting and then, please consider investigative committee. We probably are going to need to make some changes. So as you fill out your committee assignment preferences, it is some of the most public work that we do in an aspect of things. So if there's a legislative case or a legal case, I should say, more that comes to fruition, that is our responsibility to address it. And even though we do appoint it to the investigative committee, it is all of us as a board who are accountable. Okay, thank you very much, Linda. Any other comments or questions for Linda? Very thorough report. We appreciate the detail and the changes and progress that you've made. It's done a lot, so thank you. Okay, it is close to 11. Why don't we take a short break before we go into our committee reports? Folks, the chance to move out of the seat will take 10 minutes. We convene at 11. All right, so we will reconvene our meeting after a short break. We'll start with our committee reports, and I am going to hand control of the meeting over to Becky.
The education committee report. Yeah.
So we had a robust meeting yesterday, and you did hear Janelle talk about the LMHT program. We just have a new program approved to start, which is pretty exciting. So that's just the second program in the state, and it's great to see some progress there. So we have several, it was a busy committee meeting. We've got several motions, so join me here. It was moved to approve the site visit report for Neosho Community College PN program and reapproved for 5 years.
And your motion, is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the initial site visit report for KVC Health System Cambridge Children's Mental Health LMHT program and approved to admit 10 students each admission period, with the recommendation now being met.
I hear a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second. Thank you.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the site visit report with the recommendation for Butler Community College PN program and reapproved for 5 years.
Okay, there's a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the site visit report for Kansas Wesleyan University BSN program and reapproved for the time period of national nursing accreditation.
I hear a motion. Is there a second? I'll second. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Fort Hays State University BSN program to change NURS 313 nursing professional development and NURS 322 evidence-based practice from in-person to virtual or hybrid.
I hear a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Barton Community College ADN program to decrease the mental health nursing from 4 credit hours to 3 credit hours.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second. Melissa.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Baker University BSN program to restructure NU 381 pharmacology from in-person to hybrid.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second Michaela for you.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from University of St. Mary BSN RN program to 1, add a 0.5 credit hour of lab to support maternal child health course concepts and specialty skills. 2, add a 0.5 credit hour of lab to all medical surgical courses, NU AT 340 NUAT 441 and NUAT 542. And 3, add 1 credit hour online course, drug calculations and nursing, to the required nursing curriculum. Total nursing program credit hours would change from 56 to 50.
In the motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Okay.
Sorry.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from University of St. Mary's graduate program to, number 1, increase overall clinical hours to 780. Number 2, remove NU 641 statistics for healthcare 1 credit hour course and make statistics 3 credit hours a prerequisite course for the program. Number 3, remove NU 611 informatics and nursing 2 credit hours, as this content is already embedded in other courses. Number 4, change NUFP 771 Advanced Health Assessment and Diagnostic Reasoning course from 3 credit hour didactic and 2 credits of lab to NUFP 773 Advanced Health Assessment and Diagnostic Reasoning to 3 credits didactic, 1 credit of lab, and 1 credit of clinical. Number 5, change NUFP 780 Primary Care 1 to NUFP 781 Primary Care 1. NUFP 782 Primary Care 2 and NUFP 786 Clinical Capstone and Practicum to NUFP 783 Primary Care 2. NUFP 786 Clinical Capstone and Practicum to NUFP 785 Primary Care 3, Clinical Capstone and Practicum, and finally, number 6, create 3 evidence-based practice project courses, NU 760 Evidence-Based Project 1, NU 761 Evidence-Based Project 2, and NU 762 Evidence-Based Project 3, for 1 credit hour each.
Not hearing the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second Burkhart.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Kansas City, Kansas Community College PN program to offer didactic courses in a hybrid and/or high flex format beginning spring of 2024.
There a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Washburn University graduate program to change the course number, title, description, prerequisites, outcomes, and credit hours for the Advanced Health Assessment and Differential Diagnosis course for the DNP and PMHNP certificate programs and decrease credit hours from 4 to 3 with removal of clinical hours from course. Clinical hours will be adjusted in the DNP programs that lead to the initial NP licensure.
Can I hear a second?
Second, Melissa.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Kansas Council for Practical Nurse Educators, KCPNE, with agreement from KBOR to eliminate the mandatory use of the KSPN core curriculum and allow PN programs to be aligned through the program outcomes and prerequisites.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from the University of Kansas DNAP program to change the format for the 6 credit hours of required advanced pharmacological courses from 6 1-credit-hour courses, fall semester Pharm 761, 762, 763, and spring semester Pharm 764, 765, and 766, all taught by contracted faculty from the School of Medicine, to 2 3-credit courses, NURA 761, Nurse Anesthesia Pharmacology 1, in the fall, and NURA 764, Nurse Anesthesia Pharm 2, in the spring, taught by Nurse Anesthesia Education Department faculty beginning in fall of 2023.
Do I hear a second?
Second, Melissa, Cordova.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Colby Community College ADN program to 1, remove the general education oral communication 3-credit-hour requirement from the prerequisites for the nursing program and add a 1 3-credit-hour pharmacology course to prerequisite hours. Number would depend on factors that would be determined prior to admission. And 2, split combined didactic and clinical nursing courses into separate courses with different course numbers and revise the ADN nursing course credit hours from 16 to 20.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Fort Hays State University BSN pre-licensure program to increase yearly admission seats from 65 to 90 students.
There a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Newman University BSN program to 1, revise the overall curriculum plan with an increase from 58 to 60 credit hours for the program and changes to the junior level to begin fall 2023. And 2, to revise the BSN program outcomes to reflect the changes in the curriculum.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Newman University BSN program to revise the junior level curriculum by 1, adjusting NSG 3002 LPN bridge course to coincide with curriculum changes. 2, eliminate NSG 3015 foundations 5 credit hours and add NSG 3073 foundations of nursing care 3 credit hours and NSG 3083 intro into professional nursing 3 credit hours. Number 3 is add NSG 3092 fundamentals of pharmacology 2 credit hours. Number 4, combine NSG 3011 1 credit hour and NSG 3053 3 credit hours into 1 course, NSG 3093 Foundations of Clinical Practice 3 credit hours. Eliminate NSG 3141 1 credit hour and NSG 4061 1 credit hour and add a new course, NSG 3123 Evidence-Based Practice 3 credit hours. Eliminate NSG 3161 Pharmacotherapeutics 3 credit hours and add a new course, NSG 3141 Nursing Pharmacological Interventions 3 credit hours. And then finally, number 7, change NSG 3188 Adult Nursing Care 1, which is 8 credit hours, to NSG 3185 Adult Nursing Care 1 for 5 credit hours.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carried.
Okay, and finally, it was moved to approve the petition for permission to test and retest something from February 18, 2023 through May 19, 2023, which includes Tiffany Barbosa, Edith Paez, Kylie Williams, Trina Winkler, Shanika Thompson, Alondra Avalos Gallegos, and Gabrielle Apple.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second, full sort case employee member.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Becky.
Is that in here?
That ends my report. Sorry.
She gets it back.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to give us the investigative committee report, Becky?
Madam Chair, we had 99 cases we reviewed this quarter. 13 cases of revocation action was taken. 11 cases resulted in a suspension until our KNAP eval. 27 cases had fines assessed. 24 cases had C&Es assigned, and 29 cases had no action. So Linda kind of presented our primary discussion and topics during our meeting was the proposed that we meet starting every 6 weeks in September. So we're kind of excited about it. That's good. And supporting that, very supporting that. And then I do have one to read. It was moved to approve KSA 6540-4217 immunity from liability as written.
Any motion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carried. That is my report. Okay, C&E.
We had, several, submissions of 5-year renewals and initial provider applications. Spoke briefly about, where we are on CD broker. So I'll go ahead and start with the motions. It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Camberwell Health LT 0147-0738 with note to use APA format with full bibliography format going forward.
We have a motion? A second?
Second.
Thank you, Brenda. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstention? Motion carries.
It was moved to deny the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Hutchinson Regional Medical Center LT 0025-1127.
We have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second, we'll start these as board member.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Kansas Healthcare Association LT 0030-0338 with a note to include their address on the certificate, not the location of the event.
We have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second, we'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Newman Regional Health, LT 0046 0538.
Thanks, Michaela. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Pittsburgh State University Irene Ransom Bradley School of Nursing, LT 0051 0738, with the addition of the date of completion added to the roster, participant license number on certificate, start and stop times on the agenda, and the certificate needs the updated PSBN statement.
Motion. For a second.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the initial long-term provider application for Brighton Hospice.
The motion.
Second, Melissa, I think that's all.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the initial long-term provider application for Denise Beck, CE nursing provider.
Do you have a motion?
I'll second, Melissa, for case of board member.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to deny the initial long-term provider application for Healing with Grace and make suggestions for resubmission.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the initial long-term provider application for Linda Myers and Company.
I'll second, Melissa, for case of board member.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the initial long-term provider application for Ohio Association of Occupational Health Nurses.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying yes. Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the initial long-term provider application from Sarah E. Jorgensen with request to ensure dates are added to bibliography, updated provider statement, and add an address to the completion certificates.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second, Melissa, for case of board member.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Melissa, APRN.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We met yesterday and, unfortunately Shannon wasn't able to, attend, so we didn't have a PMP, committee report update. And unfortunately on this, certified nurse midwives, there hadn't been an update either from the Board of Healing Arts. However, we were able to get through the APR board approved national certifications, and that will be implemented in July. Make sure I'm not misspeaking, July of this year, 2023. We did decide to table the 5-year legislative review update to coincide with the new paperwork that needs to also be submitted. So that will be done in September. We did have 3 new programs approved for APRN programs that were approved. And those are up to date. And then the graduate preceptor qualifications, I'm drawing a blank.
We had some discussion and I think Janelle's was going to check and see how many used somebody other than,
Okay,
Position
sorry, yeah,
at
other than
APRN.
APRN, we're gonna check across rural Kansas to see how much of a impact this has in changing definitions for preceptors for APRNs, and getting their education. Finishing the schooling, so that in the clinical hours requirement for the KAR 60-17-105, we are going to make sure across the board that everybody is up to the 750, which is the national standard. To ensure that when we go and update our standards as well, because our currently stand at 500 for clinical hours. And so we want to make sure that we're up to the national level going forward as well. Janelle's also going to update us on that to make sure that we're not, that we're doing right by everybody in Kansas. And then we had our agenda set for, September 2020. That's it for the APR. Thank you, Commissioner.
Would you give an update for some of our new board members about our work with the APRN bills, and we're waiting on Board of Healing Arts to finalize?
well, what we're waiting, the certified nurse midwife independent regulations. Years ago, I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what year. There was a law passed that nurse midwives could be licensed independently. However, they had to be licensed through the Board of Healing Arts for that. But they also had to keep their licensure as an APRN and an RN underneath us. The other part of the bill is that the rules and regs from that law had to be agreed upon by both the Board of Healing Arts and the Board of Nursing. There is an advisory committee that is helping with this, and there are 4 certified nurse midwives licensed by us that you all appointed to that advisory group. And then the Board of Healing Arts has some people on that advisory group. I think maybe a couple of positions. I don't have it in front of me. Anyway, they have been working through them. Jamie told us yesterday, there's 2 regulations that I understand that have not totally been worked through. But I don't know, I think maybe there was 11 or so to start out with. So a lot of progress has been done. At one point, the numbers were not very high as far as those licensed as a certified nurse midwife independent. So that's what that is. Okay, and then, not to confuse it, but we have the APRN full practice authority bill that passed last session over there. And there, it gave APRNs, except for nurse anesthetists, the ability to practice full practice. They no longer had to have a collaborative agreement. They no longer had to have a written protocol with a responsible physician to prescribe. And then they were also mandated to have malpractice insurance. Except I think there were 3 exceptions in that bill that would not need malpractice insurance. So, and then they had national certification. National certification is the only piece that's not been implemented. It had an implementation date of July 1st of this year. The other 2 things were implemented last year on July 1st. And so those have been going. Probably the biggest thing that we're seeing there is just misinformation out there. I get phone calls all the time saying, well, I'm being told that no, we do not have full practice authority. I have to have a collaborative agreement. So we're just trying to get the word out. I mean, we've had it on our website. We put it in newsletters. I have been out speaking and stuff like that. It's just, I'm not sure where it's all originating from, but it was kind of a controversial decision, maybe would be the way to put it. But that's kind of where we're at with that. But I think we're all ready for the national certification. And that's the last piece. That'll be July 1st, 2023. So, a lot of work on their part. Yeah.
Any questions? Thank you, Melissa. Want to give us our practice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, the practice committee met yesterday. And we started with the RN LPM scope of practice, which is just a chart comparing task and delegation and what can and can't be done. And we're wrapping that up, and we're gonna help, the committee's gonna help finish up the last little bit of pieces that we have left. And hopefully we'll get that going and approved in September is the goal. And then we have the KAR 60-7-111. I am drawing a blank again.
I think we tabled it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
That's why I'm drawing a blank. We tabled that. Like, what did we do? We tabled that one to correspond with our updating the new requirements that are updated for all 90. And we will do that in September and get that appropriately done. And we'll help with relief of the staff. And we had a practice calls that were updated, which seemed to be going overall. Same. Okay, and really after that, that's pretty much all we had. We made our agenda for September. Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa.
The next finance committee and Juliana will report.
So we had a robust meeting this morning, and finances seem to be on track as they have been. And the budget update you heard from Carol this morning in her executive report. Adrian, could I call on you to maybe give us a brief overview of the Kite Works before I share the motion, kind of explain that?
Sure. Linda kind of alluded to the topic of some of the struggles we have. We receive a lot of CDs and flash drives and those sorts of things. Janelle's area also does as well. I believe it was the last meeting during the education discussion. You had asked us to bring back some proposals about being able to do secured file transfers for some things with Janelle's area. But the nice thing is with this particular solution, it would cover all departments so that it's not just a singular solution for a singular part of the agency. So that's kind of nice. What the KiteWorks solution is a secured file transfer essentially, but it's a much more robust service. It has all the security and those sorts of things in place that we need to meet. And it is also used by the Office of Inspector General and the FBI and all those groups. So essentially we would be going into a similar type of security scenario that they have. And as far as being able to transfer back and forth information, one example would be, like even for myself, when we bring on new board members and I'm needing the paperwork and all that stuff kind of filled out, rather than doing that stuff via email, which is, inherently insecure, we would probably be sending you a link, with the forms or what have you. You would fill them out. You probably use, any number of web pages where you attach something and then it comes back. And would do all the security checks essentially outside of the KSPN network so that all of the checks and stuff are done before we bring it in. For example, for Linda's department, if they're needing, subpoenas or getting records or whatever, they could send out, in my head, like a link or whatever, and the person that's going to be filling out the request would then submit that information, go through all the security, and then we could bring it in the environment. So it helps in several different ways. It'll also help reduce that risk of accepting flash drives. I really don't like doing that. The process that we have in place does help double check it before we bring it into the network, but it's like anything, if somebody accidentally plugs it in before doing it, it could expose the network to a security thing. And as per the training that you guys have all been doing, and the staff does the same, it tells us we're not really supposed to be doing that. So we're trying to build our policies around moving away from that medium and going to this more upload type process. And so essentially that's what KiteWorks is. It's a company.
So hearing Adrian's description, the motion from Finance Committee was to approve expenditure for KiteWorks, including $27,576 for the first year, and then a 12% increase yearly unless there's an increase in usage that increases pricing.
For the motion, is there a second?
Second Sharp.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstention? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe we pause here for our lunch break.
Well, I'm not sure if it's here yet. I called, they said it was being delivered, so I don't.
I have Jill's.
Michelle, she did that with that.
Okay.
Okay, we'll keep going for a couple of minutes then. How about a CE broker update?
Yeah, I can give that. For those of you who are new, as board members, CE Broker is a vendor that can do CE tracking for our licensees. It will be beneficial to us also when we do audits and like those that need CNE, need to do CNE, you know, if they submitted it and had it in CE Broker, it's easier for us just to go in and check that. We have been working with CE Broker for a while now, trying to get everything worked out. One point that took a little bit of work was the data that we give to them. They wanted it to include licensees' email addresses, and we do not give those email addresses out. So there was a little bit of discussion back. So once this goes live, if the licensee wants to activate their free account, they will have to go in and provide their email address to CE Broker. It's not going to come from us. It would come from the licensee because we are not making this mandatory that they use CE Broker. So for that reason, I would think a lot will, because it will probably make their life a little bit easier, but we're not requiring them to. Now, I think the only piece that we're still trying to get worked out here is our CNE providers will submit their initial and renewal applications through CE Broker instead of through our website. They kind of had one, and I think it was more a template that they use for several boards of nursing. And it was very difficult to follow because I went through one that had been, one of our people submitted on there by mistake. I'm not sure how that happened, but anyway, so they sent it to me and I reviewed it. It was going to be very difficult to review, finding the information compared to what we have in place now for the CNE committee. And so we met with them and they're very willing to build one more similar to what we're used to. And I think that's the piece that we're waiting on right now, is just for that to be built. And then I think we're probably pretty close, ready to go live with it. Some of our licensees have already used it, because the thing with CE Broker, if I'm licensed in 5 different states and CE Broker is in 4 other states, and I have loaded CNE for 4 other states, okay, then I can just go in and I can check Kansas and it's going to show up for Kansas. We found this out because we had somebody who's wanting to reinstate their license and they kept telling Barb in licensing, it's in CE Broker, you just need to go in. I could not find it in CE Broker. So I contacted our contact in CE Broker and I said, so what am I doing wrong here? You know, this was brand new, so I figured I was doing something wrong. It wasn't anything with us, it's just that person is also licensed in Florida, so they had submitted that for Florida, never checked Kansas, which means we can't see it unless they check it. So some of them are already using it, and so they're seeing Kansas on there, so they're just checking Kansas and they're doing it, and that's okay. I mean, we'll do the biggest rollout and all the education and stuff soon, hopefully, as soon as we get the provider thing worked out. Do you think of anything else?
Nope, sounds good.
Okay. Okay,
I think folks will really like that.
I think they will. Yeah, it could make their life better.
Absolutely. How about licensing software update?
Happy to report, as of yesterday, they approved our request for the project. We kind of had two tactics we were using for funding. Because of the, the legislative process, there was some things that we had to do to get authorization for that. And so Carol's been working on that this legislative session and was pleased that it actually ended up working out the way we wanted. But we also had another avenue that we were going to take just to make sure that it would happen. And we received what's called a Spark grant, which is essentially the ARPA, the recovery funds. We received some very close to the amount that we needed for the particular project. As I stated, I believe a little earlier, we're essentially updating the database so that we can do some new functionality. It'll be phase one of the project, so it's more the nuts and bolts and a few little enhanced features. And then the long-term goal, for the next fiscal year would be to work on the case management and the mobile platform. But got to build the foundation first. So we received that and we received the approval through the Kansas Information Technology Office. So my plan is to get the purchase order and all the paperwork going, hopefully tomorrow or the next day. And we'll have to do the full project plan and all of that. And with, a few things that are in play right at the moment, we'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm excited for that to be moving along.
Any questions? Mid-year update, that was a really good.
Yeah, mid-year, Juliana, Adrian and I were there. And, they discussed, I thought, some very interesting topics. There was artificial intelligence. And they did an overview of the work that NCSBN has done with artificial intelligence, exam proctoring, and security. I mean, at some point, we're going to get to the point where there's not these testing sites that do NCLEX and everybody's got to schedule through them. It will be done with more proctoring through this artificial intelligence. I thought that was very interesting, very interesting.
It was incredibly detailed in the fact that they had samples of a student who might be sitting at home to take the NCLEX, for example, and watching it on a screen, you couldn't see anything, but the artificial intelligence would pick up, phone movement and could even pick up a piece of paper that maybe they'd written some notes on, that if they're not allowed to have any notes, those kinds of things. It was almost remarkable what that artificial intelligence would pick up, even, things that were beyond the computer. This camera would highlight and visualize and then bring to someone's attention, and then you could blow it up and clearly see there was cheating or something like that going on. It's just unbelievable.
There's an area 2 meeting. I go to the one for the executive officers. I think Juliana had one for presidents. The one that we had a lot of discussion was more about the fraudulent nursing transcripts that are being used in the United States. We're really looking at, FBI was there, OIG was there to talk with us yet even more. We have probably seen the tip of the iceberg of this across the country. So the work is not done by any means. But we're trying to, all the boards are trying to learn from other boards because they may have best practices in Texas about something that, according to our law, we could still use that. Now, what you have to understand as far as discipline and stuff, it really varies by state as far as their law. So that was very interesting, but I think we're all working together very well on this, and that has been helpful, very helpful. They did a little bit on telehealth, and then they did one on virtual reality and nursing education. That's really interesting. And then just a little bit more on artificial intelligence in nursing. The PowerPoints, I believe, most of them are available on National Council's website. If you want to go see them, they're under events and then past events, and you scroll down. And they're really usually good about getting the PowerPoints that they can on there after a meeting. Some presenters probably say, no, you can't have mine, but anyway, I thought it was very interesting.
There was a session about, it was really board development, but just talking about encouraging free flow of conversation and not, board members not feeling stifled to ask a question, you know, for fear that it not be relevant, or, you know, all the reasons that you have fears for not speaking up. But it really talked about encouraging free dialogue, because you never know where that question might be, so. That's all your was, in the president's session, we talked about, we heard about CGFNS. Those issues were brought up in the president's session, and just the commonalities of licensure difficulties from state to state. So ID practice, which you'll hear a little bit later on in our agenda, and the number of you know, when an international nurse comes in to get licensed, they have to get licensed individually in each state, because CGFNS has different requirements. The states have different requirements, and so then they ask differently, and there's no opportunity for one state to recognize what another state has done. So even though a nurse may be here in the state practicing for years and years, we would then go and recheck their CGFNS reports, and they may not be able to transfer from one state to another. So that was talked about, and I think it's, all of our topics here are very timely, and it's very relevant to things that are happening in other states across the nation and in boards. So that would be that from my perspective.
The food's here.
Yes,
Okay.
and I make a little technical announcement here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tony's gonna be installing, some new, antivirus stuff on your laptops, probably some during this break. So if you can make sure you save your work, because he'll probably have to log you out. I don't know if he's gonna be able to get to all of you, but he's gonna try to get as many as he can during this time. Just the board members.
Well, we will pause there then.
The food is down in that other room.
560.
Yeah, 560. And then if you want to, I think the last time you brought it back here, whenever you want, or you can stay down there.
Meet there.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Tony's probably gonna be working on your.
Oh, okay, then we'll stay down there.
Stay
Okay, that
That
sounds great.
Come back at 12:20. That's how
Do we have stuff for them to drink down there?
Yeah, it's a little bit limited. I didn't have as many waters as I hoped, but if you could maybe take your drink, but I think we got.
Does it say if anybody needs a water?
Apologize, I thought I had one, I did. Okay, well, we'll see you in a bit.
Why don't we come back?
12:20. Good to go? All right. We will reconvene. We are working our way through unfinished business. We'll get an update on KAR 60-2-103.
Yes, that is the reg that has to do with preceptors in the PN program. If you kind of remember, our reg does not allow preceptors to be used in PN programs. And that was the request that came forward, and so we revised that regulation. It's been through the approval process. Right now, it's in the 60-day comment period. The public hearing is going to be on July 24th. And I do go over to the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regs, I believe on July 10th to present on it. And then I will have the public comments and the draft of the regulation with September 4th packet conference. And it'll be.
Any questions? Board retreat. 2022.
Yes, there is. I put this retreat, it starts on page 15. This is the retreat report from the last retreat. I just kind of put that in there to refresh your knowledge and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
And for the ones who were not here, the new ones. So
And we are planning a retreat for this year. We have July 25th and 26th scheduled for Salina. So we know it's kind of late notice. We've had some difficulties trying to schedule with our facilitators. So if you'll please put July 25th and 26th on your calendars. If that is gonna be a problem, please let us know as soon as possible. I think it's safe to say we're finalized at this point. It's just been finalized.
Right. And if I can get a head count as soon as possible, because I actually have to turn in a contract and in order to actually save the space for us, so. I was
So we
hoping.
had some issues with our previous location. We couldn't secure that same venue. There were events in Wichita that didn't allow for the number of rooms that we needed. And so Adrian's done a lot of work and tried several different cities, and we kind of landed on Salina and it's central. We haven't been to Salina before, so it's a good opportunity for us to experience a different city. And yes, like Adrian said, he has to get some approvals from across the street still, but we're pretty confident that will happen. So. Go ahead.
You said, is it all day on those that, what did you know what your meetings look like?
We talked about a similar format as to the previous retreat. So on the 25th, and I believe that's a Tuesday, is that correct?
Mhm.
So the morning would be travel time, and then we would have meetings in the afternoon, so start about noon in Salina. And then we'll have dinner and spend the night, and then start up in the morning and conclude about noon, 1 o'clock on Wednesday, allowing you the afternoon to travel. Is what we've discussed. It is, we have a very dynamic facilitator planned. I think she'll bring a lot to all of us from an education perspective.
Is it okay to ask who is the speaker? Because that helps. So I will have to ask for time off. But if it's something that I can bring back to my workplace, that might help with.
I have not signed the contracts and all of that, and she's
We
given
will
us our
tell
tentative.
you as soon as we can. How about that?
She's wonderful though.
We have kind of that verbal commitment, but that's why I've been just a little bit, we do feel confident in those dates, and honestly, Michaela, to that point, if something falls through, we do have a backup plan, but we're hopeful to get this individual, but until that.
Okay.
We'll get you something very soon. I would think you would find benefit for the organization.
Sounds great.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk about with the retreat?
Are you guys ready to commit to times? I mean, is that okay to say that most could? Because I do actually have to get that signed and sent tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm checking my calendar.
Okay, and if not, I mean, it's not like the end of the world, but you know, fiscal, being fiscally responsible.
Make a couple tweets and then I'll be able to commit.
Okay.
How about
Sorry for the quick.
why don't we send out an email to all of those that aren't here and we'll try to get official commitment by Friday. That will give Adrian time to finalize.
It's out of here, it sounded like Melissa definitely will not be able to. Okay. Okay.
And if something happens, emergency comes up, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, a good time for us to have in-depth conversations about our operations, so. Linda probably. Linda doesn't want her. Maybe. I thought it. Okay. Update on security for retrieving electronic information files on site visits, so we kind of heard.
Kind of, yeah, I mean,
That was what we approved from the finance committee with that software that talked about, so. Okay, so moving on to new business, I think we might consider one of our executive sessions now, so there's a motion. Becky, you want to read that? Charles, how much time do you think we need?
15 minutes.
15 minutes? 15 minutes. Well, 45.
Pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2, I move that the board recess into executive session for 15 minutes and reconvene at 12:45 PM. The meeting will be reconvened by Zoom and in room 509, Landon Office Building, 900 Southwest Jackson, Topeka, Kansas, 66612, as stated in the notice of the meeting that was sent to individuals who requested the notice and is published on the board's website at www.ksbn.kansas.gov. The justification is consultation with the board's legal counsel, Assistant Attorney General Charles Machier. That would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. The subject matter to be discussed in executive session concerns legal issues regarding internal license compliance issues and investigations and legal interpretation. The board's executive administrator, Karen Moreland, and director of operations, Adrian Guerrero, is included as the client.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second, sure.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries.
We will be going to that other room.
Thank you, Colton. So we are back from our executive session and we will now talk about the draft revision to KSA 74-1106. So.
It is actually on page 20 and 21. And this is where, this statute deals with several different things, one of them being, the terms for board members and, you know, all of that. It also talks about the qualifications of the members, the duties and powers of the members, and subpoena and stuff like that. So it's kind of, I would see it as one of the main ones, you know, about board structure and composition and stuff. But I did, I struck out the whole, Kansas Federation LPN shall submit because they don't actually do that, you know. So if we're gonna update it, that's probably a part that could be updated also. But you will see what I looked at other boards and what their statutes said. And that's kind of where I came up with the language that it might be changed to say, you know, if they are appointed for the remainder of an unexpired term, that shall not constitute a full term of service on the board if the remainder of the unexpired term is less than 2 years.
Makes sense. Question.
Yes.
I support number 5 because I'm personally affected and I think it does make for a very short time on the board for anyone in that situation. I do have questions about 3. In my experience with appointments in the governor's office, they appreciate having qualified folks to choose from because they get a lot of individuals who maybe were campaign contributors or supporters that have little background in the areas in which they might be appointed. And so I would just maybe encourage us to rethink that. I think it's always better to be providing some suggestions. The governor can always decide to appoint whoever they like, but that's just my feedback.
I guess I would question maybe, and I appreciate number 5. It's not that I'm not supportive of that. I think that is, I don't know if now's the time to take this forth. Knowing we might want to make some tweaks to number 3, maybe this is a good time to reevaluate these things as we do our review. I know we're reviewing regulations, but it's a good time for us to review our statutes as well and maybe consider what this would mean more robustly going forward.
I would agree. In terms of number 5, I mean, I think sometimes when you look at pieces like this, you look at it at the time that you're impacted in the moment, but by the time it would come to fruition, that moment is gone and probably what prompted it doesn't apply and may not come to be for quite some time. So I guess I think for that piece alone, and as we said, there's questions about number 3. It doesn't seem to be that. At the top of the list, there was something that we addressed in terms of trying to push a revision at this time. It's my grade.
I agree with Andrea because I think part of the discussion there was the shortage of board members that we had and the difficulty it is with recruiting and getting them trained. But I think just now having a full board, it really kind of has softened that blow a little bit. And the other question I have is there any way to separate this out from the this portion of the statute from the total board composition?
I don't know, Charles, that may be a good question.
No, this is Charles Macheras, Board Counsel. Generally, when you have a bill, they will have the entire bill and just what's being changed redlined just like this. So it would probably be a lot like that when it would show up.
So so one of the changes couldn't be to just extricate this out of this bill, this number and make it its own separate.
It would still be the same thing because
Okay.
you would be you'd be revising an existing statute. And so if on the health committee, they would see the entire, and then any committee member could propose any amendment they want to that language.
Urgency to do something, it's not really there, because they're those two ethnicities.
Yeah, and Michaela makes a great point. We're just now at the board.
Yeah,
Try that first.
maybe we should just wait and see for later. Yeah, I don't know, it seems like a lot of effort and time and work for just these two little pieces that get from.
Well, Carol, thank you very much for the work that you've done on this, and we'll set it aside for the time being. Might hold on to it if I come back to be helpful. Okay. Public comments regarding the proposed changes to KAR 60-9-105, 60-9-106, and 60-9-107. Further actions.
Okay, on page 22 starts, the regulations with the changes that were approved by you all to go through the approval process, which we did. You can see it's an older approval process because we actually have 3 stamps on this. Now we only get 2. So that kind of tells you this has been in the works for a little while. So it went through the Department of Administration, it went through the Attorney General's. The Department of Administration looks at it for grammar and how it's set up as far as structure and all of that. The Attorney General's office looks at legality. Do we have the statutory authority to do what we're wanting to do? So that's kind of those 2 reviews. And during those 2 reviews, we made a few tweaks to it. And then it had a public hearing in April, of which there was 1 person via conference call that attended. That person gave oral comments in favor of the changes. However, I did tell that person that they would need to submit them in writing. And that person was understanding that that needed to take place, and I never received them. I did give the date, so I never received those, but there was nothing negative. Now, what you have, for all of these, I have to go over to the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regs and present these changes and talk through them and help them to understand some of this stuff because, they may not have much knowledge of this. Okay, starting on page 35, they always submit a report then after the fact. And it's kind of like their minutes, so to speak. You will see on page 36 in here is where it talks about these 3 being discussed over there, and the committee had no comments. That's a good thing. Okay, so they seem to be fine with it So the next step then, that's the only public comment that I received. So that's the only one that's in here because I didn't get any more. So the next step then would be for you all to take action if you want to. You could adopt these. And then there's still a little bit of a process. They have to be published. And then there's, I think, 15 days after it's published in the Kansas Register or something like that. Then it becomes effective. Or you could request changes. If there's changes in here in one of these, all of these that you want, you can direct me what the changes would be. I can make the changes and then it starts clear over the beginning of the process. It's not like you can make changes here and just go from here forward. It would have to start over. Or you can take no action at all on it. That's something that you could do also. And if you take no action, then we'll just stay with the regulations the way that they are right now. They would not have these changes. Yeah, does that make sense? Kind of what your choices are here. I don't know if you have any more questions or there's something else that you need about this.
Well, these have been worked on, as you can tell, I mean, they were originally stamped in 2021, and these are ready to be enacted if we take action today. Much of that is cleanup and just bringing things up to date. For example, allowing 15 hours of, it said ACLS. So some of those courses that, folks take regularly throughout their career and not allowing them to get their full CEU accounting for just one. And several boards that's put effort into these, and I just, generally speaking, I am supportive of these changes, and others have comments.
What prompted this,
That was my question.
review, or was it a request, or was it just timing, or?
So each committee typically reviews regulations each quarter, and we recognize sometimes they need updated and cleaned up, and just the changes in practice and what's come forth. And so these were identified some time ago. You can tell when they were doing their quarterly reviews as an opportunity to do some updates and.
I think I'm reading some nurse/CE provider issues, and this is. Yeah, all those years I was in the CE committee and worked with them at the hospital, see them, listen to the nurses complain about, like your ACLS class is not counting. You know, this I think is really going to enhance.
I think it's important, some of the nurses and I think it's for procedure.
Yeah, and the complaints and concerns.
This hits a little bit the electronic signature because there's a lot moving away from paper and pen. So this addresses that. And then it also addresses, like for independent study, exactly how you could figure the number of C&Es. Yeah.
That was always an issue.
That was always an issue. So a lot of this, I think, is just clarification.
So not, I mean, I think the work's been done. It would make sense, in my opinion, to move forward, but this group would still come through, would still be part of the next, the review. And we.
Well, no, this is a.
The rules and regs that we have to.
Well, what's gonna show up on that report that I have to do, if I'm understanding correctly, has to be submitted July 15th of 2025, is any reg that is in place on January 1st of 2025 has to show up on that report. So yes, this would be, that's what, a year and a half away.
And I think that might benefit us to be able to say, we've just recently reviewed it and updated it, and
So
And
the
to
point,
Charles's point, we do update ours, right? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm confused about what you're asking about.
So
I'm sorry.
we have to review all 90 regulations,
Right.
and that's why we
That
take it.
part.
So this then will be one of
Okay,
those
gotcha.
that we need.
I think she was asking, since we're making these changes, would it still have to be reviewed?
Yeah,
Is that what?
Okay.
Yeah.
I know.
I know.
Sometime that done, I can.
I think it would only impact those that would be after January 1st of 2025, is my understanding now, unless something changes. But
Just to clarify, I think the next step for you in the process for these regs is you just need to move to approve and adopt them, and then they'll be published and they'll be regs. So these are at the tail end of the process.
And in order for you to adopt them and approve them, we have to do a roll call vote on each one of these separately. Okay, and that's just a matter that Jill will read off your name and you approve, or you don't approve. And we just have to do all three of them, but we have to do a roll call vote for that. So whenever you're.
Motion to do that.
We'll have to do that all individually.
Never.
Any further motion?
I move that the board adopt KAR 60-9-105 and that a vote be taken by roll call vote.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it, Melissa, or okay, so Courtney.
Thank you, Melissa. Any discussion?
So, like, you're kind of, I'll read off your name and you just need to answer yes or no. Juliana,
Yes.
Rebecca,
Yes.
Andrea,
Yes.
Ruth,
Yes.
Melissa? Yes. Michaela,
Yes.
Brenda?
Yes.
And it's, 7 yes, with 4 absent.
Motion carries.
Oh. I move to the next one. I move to, that the board adopt KAR 60-9-106, and that the vote be taken by roll call vote.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Okay. Juliana,
Yes.
Becky,
Yes.
Andrea,
Yes.
Ruth,
Yes.
Melissa? Yes. Michaela
Yes.
and Brenda?
Yes.
Okay. 7 yeses. I move.
Did you vote on that one?
I did.
Yeah. Sorry. Motion carries.
I move that the board adopt KAR 60-9-107 and the vote be taken by roll call vote.
You got the motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Michaela. Any discussion?
Juliana,
Yes.
Becky? Yes. Andrea,
Yes.
Ruth,
Yes.
Melissa? Yes. Michaela
Yes.
and Brenda?
Yes.
7 yes.
Motion carries. All right, thank you. That's been a long time. God, thanks for all your work. Always kind of a celebration.
It is, yeah.
Something like that. Okay, IB certification in Kansas on a multi-state license issued by another NLC member state.
Okay, let me see if I can explain this. This has come up several times. Because as you know, we have the ability for LPNs to take like an IB certification course. And that expands their role then to include some IB therapy, not all of it that an RN could do. We have very specific regulations about the content that needs to be there. And right now, it can be like a standalone provider. We have some of those that are like IV therapy providers throughout the state. They can do it, or the content can be put into a practical nursing program in their curriculum. That was a change that you all made just a few years ago, because a lot of the employers want the LPNs coming out to be able to do some IV therapy from day one after they get licensed. So that's how it is in Kansas. Now, we're running into the issue when someone is in Kansas on a multi-state license that's issued in a different state. The employer is calling us up and saying, do you accept this or not? Well, we haven't even reviewed because number one, we don't even know that nurse is in here because she's on a multi-state license. So the employer was handling the verification and all of that. So then we get this call saying, okay, should we let him do IV? Should we not let him do IV? This kind of came up at mid-year. So Juliana and Adrian and I talked to Jim Fuentes, who's the director of the compact, and he understood what we were saying and stuff. So he went ahead and met with Rick Masters, who is legal counsel for the compact, Fred Knight, who also is an attorney who has worked on the compact from like day one almost. I think he's from Arkansas or something like that. So he's very knowledgeable about this. Nancy Spector, who is in charge of education at National Council, And then Pam Zickafoos, she is the president right now of the NLC Commission, of which every state that's part of the NLC has a commissioner that attends, commission meetings. That's me for Kansas. Okay, so Jim got together with these to try to figure out exactly what might be the best answer. So here's what he says. LPN IV therapy is a scope of practice issue. The NLC does not address scope of practice. The NLC is based on the nurse being accountable to the scope of practice in the state of practice. And that's true. If they have a multi-state license, they have to practice according to the Nurse Practice Act, whatever state they're in. Not always the state that issued it. So that's something they have to pick up to. It is up to the individual nurses to comply with the respective scope of practice and the related requirements in the state of practice. The nurse may need to get another certification if a state will not accept the certification of another state. NLC does not possess the authority to direct employers to accept the certification of another state. A nurse who holds a multi-state license in the primary state of residence should not be required by an employer to obtain a single state license in another NLC state. The nurse already has the authority to practice in the remote state under her multi-state license. And then he goes on to say a remote state should not issue a single state license to a nurse who holds a multi-state in her primary state of residence and is maintaining that primary state of residence. This defeats the purpose of the compact. And he's saying that because that was a question is, okay, would we have to make them get a single state in Kansas that we could tie IV certification to? Because when we have an LPN who takes IV certification and passes and we're notified, we attach that to the LPN license. Okay, a nurse with a multi-state license from another state, we do not have a way to attach that. So that henceforth, that's why the employer ends up calling us and saying, what are we supposed to do? So then he says a remedy may be available if the involved states amended their Nurse Practice Act to address the acceptance of certifications of other states. So our IV regulation requirements are Kansas requirements. They're not national, they're not part of the NLC. So we are bringing this to you all to figure out what you want us to do, how you want us to answer this, because truly it is a scope of practice issue. Now, I understand that some states will just accept it if, like, they have IV certification from their primary state of residence. There's a little bit of trust that it's pretty similar to what we have. They would still have to know our regulations about IV certification. Other states may not accept it, so I'm not sure what you all want to do. Have I explained that okay?
Yes, and I think it's really hard for us to have validation on exactly what education or certification an LPN has had. For example, state of Kansas recently changed to allow that IV certification to happen within their school versus having the postgraduate certification. Other states have varying degrees of that. So a nurse educated in New Hampshire may or may not have had that as part of their curriculum, and it may or may not be called out on their license. And so it's really hard to tell. And to Carol's point, we don't know all the LPNs. They never cross the board of nursing if they're a multi-state and home is in New Hampshire and they are simply here practicing. Their license, they never cross the state board unless there's an issue within Kansas. They come.
Adrian, do you know, does a lot of the other member states apply the IV certification in nursing?
I only know one at this point, and Missouri does something similar, but I'm sure there's some other ones, but that's the only one that I.
The state, yeah, the state that I came from when I worked in healthcare administration in a hospital, a medical center, I had the LPNs ID certified and PIC. Because it was New Mexico, and at that time, we were allowed to do that. It was considered within our medical center, and we had an official training course. My concern is how up to date are their skills kept? I mean, they had to have major stuff done to get checked off on all this, and it had to be monitored. But then after that, how do we know each state and how they're continuing to monitor and ensure competency? Like, let's say they go out and work in a doc office for a few years. Can they go back in then and still do IV therapy? We don't know what's allowed in that other state. I'm honestly quite concerned about this.
I have a question though, like what is the employer's responsibility? Because you can argue for anyone at any point. I mean, whether they had that here in Kansas, the same could apply, that they had that, or they haven't attached their license, but they haven't put that skill to use for 5 years. It's like, to me, there's like something that you have to accept by being a compact licensed state. I mean, Missouri doesn't require continuing ed. We have plenty of people who have a compact out of Missouri practicing in Kansas. We've accepted that because we're a compact state. So I guess I think that's a hard,
So I hear what you're saying, and I do think employers are accountable if they can own that accountability, but from a regulatory perspective, we have to abide by the Nurse Practice Act. And so a regulator, joint commission can come in and say, your Kansas Nurse Practice Act requires IV certification by your LPNs. And that is, it's a detailed requirement for the IV certification. So it's not in the state of Kansas, a hospital cannot go develop an IV certification. It has to be
a national.
It has to meet the state
Okay.
requirements.
Did they not have that certification? Could they not obtain, if I'm an LPN, if I've gone through a certification class, do I have a certificate from that certification? Like, what's being submitted? So I get that there are some programs that LPN comes through, you know that program is IV certified, so that's attached. But previously, if they went through something outside of their LPN program, were they submitting something to the Board of Nursing to attach to their license? So as an LPN, do I have something? Is the employer requiring some form of proof that you have IV certification that they are then maintaining in order for that LPN to practice as such? Because I'm assuming there's some sort of.
There is, if they take it in a standalone program, they do have a certificate of completion. And plus that IV therapy provider will send a roster to us, and they're verifying on that roster that everybody on there has completed it, they've taken the test, they've done the competency and all of that. Okay, if it's in a PM program, then the program administrator sends us a roster. Now, the thing with the transcripts is sometimes it will have IV therapy as a line item, like a course, but sometimes it's part of another course. And I've seen that looking at out-of-state ones. And so at that point, you got to get the syllabus. They have to send you the syllabus. You have to go through and see if everything's, all the content in there is what we're requiring. You know, it's kind of a long process a little bit, but does that answer your question? Yeah.
Can I just make one note too, is that all those are state certified. So that certification they get here are by our regulations, every state, there's no national certification for IV. So
I'm not sure all the states even do.
Yeah, I'm not-
therapy for LPN.
some have it as a standard part of their program, so it's always part of their, one state they actually have as part of their, for LPNs, it's on the transcript that way so that it goes with them because of just what Carol said. So it's, and that's more a transcript. I don't know, like a cable issue, how their classes are approved to have that as a specific line item so that we would always know. But it does a lot depend on the state And it is a state requirement rather than a national certification.
And we talked to, I think, Joey from Arizona when we were out there. And she said all their PN programs do it, so every graduate has it, period. And they don't have to go through everything we do. But see, it is not a requirement in Kansas that the practical nursing program has to include the IV therapy. It is an option, but it's not required like it evidently is in Arizona. So Joey was saying, my counterpart in Arizona, they don't attach IV certification to it like we do because everybody does it. So the employer, I mean, short of asking the nurse and the nurse saying, yeah, I have it, they may not be able to go into nurses and see that this nurse from Arizona, who's an LPN with a multi-state license, did have it in Arizona because everybody has it in Arizona that graduates from an LPN program.
It's almost requiring every employer to understand every state's.
And they hire a multi-state, yeah.
Question just about the compact.
But you might be.
Just the way the compact is working. So if I'm a nurse in Arizona, do I have to apply first in my state of domicile and then get these other licenses? Or could I just become a multi-state licensee from the get-go? Or do I have to like be licensed in where I live or?
You become licensed in the compact in your home state.
Okay.
And that
That's
address
the
where
regular
that's on your driver's license. You would, if there's disciplinary concerns or something like that, you may be required to give up your compact license and then while you complete that course of discipline, you could only have a single state. And so you can't have the compact license and single states. Typically, you would have one or the other, but you could have multiple single states. So people living like on the Missouri-Kansas border could have a Kansas license and a Missouri license and maintain 2 single states. But
Not all this stuff. To confuse it even further, some states, you can only get multi-state unless you've got a issue and you get downgraded to single state. You know, there's been some discipline or something along that line. And that means you can only practice in that one state. However, some states are like Kansas. The decision was made when we joined the compact that a nurse has the option to either do single state or multi-state. So not everybody that's being licensed today by us is going to have a multi-state. They have to apply for a multi-state or they apply for a single state. If, like I have a single state, and if I wanted a multi-state, I would have to submit another application. We have to do fingerprints on everybody that wants a multi-state. I don't care if I've been licensed here for 30 years, I would still have to do fingerprints that's part of the 11 uniform licensure requirements that we have to meet before we issue a multi-state. So see, that gets a little bit confusing too, because some states do it one way and some states have 2 options. So you have to know that too.
Don't you have to live in a compact state to get a compact state license?
Yes. Yeah, your primary
So
state
that
of residence.
The other part of that.
Yeah.
You can't be in New York and get a multi-state license.
Right now, there's 40 states, and there's legislation, I think, in probably most of the rest of them. But like the West Coast has had a lot of problems, and any state that has active unions, they usually fight the compact, which kind of makes sense, when you get unions, but it's not an easy.
it's not an easy.
Andrea brought up a good question, and that is, so your answer to her earlier question was, if you have a multi-state license, you have to follow the compact. Or you have to follow the Nurse Practice Act in the state that you're working in. So why don't they have to do CNEs? So to me, it's the same question. They don't have to do CNEs, but they have to do an IV certification.
So the CNEs are required for renewal, and the renewal happens in their home state.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
But, they are required to follow, and I'm trying to think of a good example, but
why that's excluded, because to me, it's the same question.
Different here.
Well, I mean, some of our scope of practice is probably a little bit different than other
Right.
states, maybe.
Kansas is pretty broad in the scope of practice, whereas some states are very specific of what you can and cannot do. There's a lot that happens by delegation through our Nurse Practice Act, so Kansas tends to be more general. And other
But
states are
Kansas
very
has,
specific.
but an LPN, I can do IV, they have it spelled out, what they can give IV. what
No
they
blood
can't.
products, all of that.
And that's
So in
another
state,
issue I
it would be
had,
allowed.
is how are they gonna know what they can and can't do in Kansas, because we spelled it out in our, practice act.
I would hope that the employer
They
would
have to-
say,
Well,
okay, your
that's been happening, because we've had.
I was gonna say, we've had.
It should be, the employer should know.
It's the employer's.
And I don't,
Yeah.
I wouldn't put bank on the employers, you know, the nurse, the LPNs have been given stuff in Kansas, and they're probably unaware that we have, specific.
they could do it in their state.
Yeah, and
You know,
then
they-
they,
Yeah.
And I think this is going to become
I think
more
it
and
is
more of a
too.
discussion because there's a big push to bring LPNs into the workplace.
back in acute care, I thought that it's coming, they're coming back to acute care.
So we haven't answered your question.
No, you haven't, because we do get calls about
It's
this.
huge, there's not a simple answer.
You know, I don't know if it's.
I do think Andrea is right, that it is gonna fall back to the employer to be able to show certification. And personally, and that's all I can speak to, is I will tell you, I placed a call last week to a community college to say, is there an opportunity for us to partner and develop a course specific for our facility, and we will have it regularly
That's a good.
for
idea.
LPN 75. So that is
That's a great.
my solution.
And it's not in the nurse practice, actually, so they.
Okay.
I think just to take it further, so that's your solution. Yeah, I think it's gonna continue to be a bigger question, because then that's your solution for your programs, then here you have an LPN. But then does she have a certificate? I guess then.
Well,
you
that's
might
why-
want as an LPN to then maintain your certificate, because then if I go somewhere else as an LPN, it's still not attached to my license in any way.
But she would
Right?
still walk away with her certificate, as opposed to my education department coming up with a homegrown and
Right.
applying that. Now I'm gonna go partner with the university or community colleges, where and develop a certified course that's been approved by the Board of Nursing, and they walk away with a certified, taking care of it.
And am I hearing correctly though, that if every nursing school added to their LPN program, there would be like Arizona did, then this question is moved at least for Kansas licensees. It wouldn't
From a start date.
from a start.
So we did add it to many of ours. I don't know that it.
Because, okay, if you said today, if you changed our regulation to say, okay, it's a requirement and it has to be part of all of their curriculum. Okay, that would have an implementation date of today. Okay, how about those in the past? If you had an LPN who graduated a year and a half ago, they may not have had it. So from this date forward, yeah, but what are you gonna do for those? And what are you gonna do for the ones
then-
coming in?
And Ruth is right, if you think about, somebody who spent 5 years of practice in a medical office as opposed to an acute care hospital.
Yeah, I don't want them doing my ID. I like the people who do it all.
Validated. Automatic, but it's not, and they should be mandatory, they don't do that, they just take them because they're. Staff members. About validating and IB skills is one of them.
That's just, there are many hospitals that do have those kind of skills checklists and they have new people come in, they have to validate certain things, but not everyone does, so. And just to let you know, we're about 90% there with our PN programs. I mean, we're pretty close to being able to say everybody's got it, but the only thing is if it's not mandated, they wouldn't necessarily have to keep it if they decided to change that. So if it became mandatory though, we would be pretty spot on for being there.
So Carol, maybe our answer for you is what Andrea said at the beginning, is to push it back to the employers, and from a regulatory perspective, they need to be able to validate that their associates are working and accordance to the Nurse Practice Act, which we do require certification. So we would advise them to validate certification, whether that's on a license or whether that's through a certificate or.
Yeah, because they are the ones making the choice to bring in a multi-state or or a nurse with a multi-state license. So again, they realize that that nurse doesn't do anything through us unless they change their primary state of residence to Kansas. But if they're just in here for 12 weeks or whatever, we don't even know they're here.
Does that help?
Yeah,
Does that give you?
I think that gives us an idea how to answer. It's really up to the employer. And, you know, it's their responsibility to make sure that their staff is competent. When we look at education and stuff like that, but we don't say competency at the. You know.
That's.
Can I say thank you for this discussion, because I think that's gonna help us on investigative committee too, where.
Well, we didn't have to go pursue if they can certify or not, but they gave the wrong, they gave medicine, they Kansas and they got. I saw some of those.
That's gonna help.
Okay, thank you.
Update on committee member terms.
Yeah, in your board packet on page 37, I just want to make you aware, okay, these are the ones that have members whose terms expire September 2023, which means we will see them on this committee in September 2023, but then not starting December. And I bring this forward because some of these, like APRN, actually will have all of their members. And so you can kind of look back through here and see, I'm just telling you, sometimes it's very difficult for us to get any interest of people being on committees. And so all of a sudden you could end up with nobody on the committee, you're not gonna have a quorum, you're not gonna be able to do anything. According to our articles, their term is 2 years. However, it doesn't say that it ends in even years, odd years, or anything. So I guess I was bringing this up, number one, to make you aware that some of these committees are going to be a little bit short starting in December unless we can find somebody to be on them. And then I didn't know if, you know, it's really hard on a committee if everybody goes off and you start all over with all these new ones because they got to understand and everything. So I didn't know if there was any interest in somehow staggering these so that you wouldn't have possibly everybody going off at the same time. I don't know. I just wanted to bring it to your attention because typically we have trouble finding committee members for APRN. Now, one of those on the APRN committee is eligible for reappointment, and I think she's interested. But the other ones are not. CNE IV therapy, typically we have a little trouble getting that one filled. Education, not so much because it's the councils who usually, you know, like the ADN council will say, okay, we got to figure out somebody within our council to represent us. So that one's maybe not quite so much.
So for CNE, there's 2 out of 3, so I mean. Not half, but at least it's a staggered renewal
Yes, yes,
versus the whole thing.
right. They have one in CNE that expires in 2024. So at some point, and I think maybe what's happened is somebody has held over because we didn't have anybody in that position and they were willing to continue to do it until we got somebody in that position. Then when we did, then that got different terms, ending terms than others. So that kind of helped in a way. And then practice, typically we have some trouble filling practice too, because all 5 of those expire in 2023. Now I've received one call of someone who might be interested in being on the practice, and I think we would do a good job, but we're getting ready to post the committee applications. We'll put them on our website. We'll push them out through social media.
Would you send them as an email to all of us as well? I know I've been approached many times. I've got a list of people I need to send it to.
Are we tagging like the associations? Since you said you had a hard time with nurse practitioners, are we tagging those
That's a good idea.
associations in rural Kansas? I know Chapin's closer up here, but you know, I'm sure they have areas.
Yeah, and like some of these, I mean, it's up to you guys, but in the past, we have let them join virtually. You know, like APRN and stuff like that, because they're in practice, and for them to travel here is maybe not always. It takes them out of practice a lot, so that's up to you guys, how much you wanna leave the option for virtual for these people, that may help.
I think it's important in this day and age.
Yeah, committee, do we have number requirements on any of these particular committees, like minimums and?
That is down here in your articles, which follows, and the committee part starts on page. Committee starts on page 46 of this packet. It talks about what are the standing committees, and we need to relook at these articles like every year and approve them and see if there's any changes you want. So we will probably put these articles on to September, if that's okay, give you guys a chance to look at them and stuff. But it does go into each committee, then, like practice committee, the membership, it talks about that. Same thing with CNE, so that will tell you the membership, you know, how many have to be board members, how many non-board members, kind of the purpose of them and all of that. The one that I want to draw your attention to, and it's probably, yeah, the Nurse Midwives Council, that's on page 50 in here. That's the one that works with BOHA. And it probably is time that 4 more certified nurse midwives get appointed by us, by the Board of Nursing, to that. Now, some of those that have been on there have served for a period of time. But, you know, we have less than 100 probably licensed nurse midwives in the state. I would guess something like that. So it's not like we have 5,000 of them.
My other question was, since we'll be looking for committee members, is it okay for us to send a request through their email that's provided through their license, or no? Or is that a big no? So like
Use
the
their,
CE broker, like we don't give out the email addresses, but can we use them to say, hey, we're trying to fill committees, are you interested specifically maybe for the midwives, APRNs? We're looking, besides tapping the board, besides tapping their association, yeah, tapping our own database and sending it out.
We do have a push system that we can use. Now, we try to not do like every nurse in Canada, you know, but like the midwives, so
Like
like the APRNs, yeah, and maybe, well, CNE providers, see, I can send that out to CNE providers. I can send information about this committee. You know, because we wouldn't have emails, to do the push. I have them on a distribution list just for covering CNE, so I can send it out to them. Typically, I will tell you in the past, we haven't gotten a lot of interest in that, but,
personal recruitment is going to work.
I think there is a lot of interest out there. I don't think people understand how to become a part of the board. I bet I'm asked at least once a week. Somebody will say, how did you?
sounds like a newsletter article.
It does.
well, the problem with the newsletter is the next edition, we don't submit information until July. So it wouldn't come out until.
Well, I mean, like to be a part of the board.
Oh, yeah, I think that. Yeah.
More generalized.
This generation does not read emails. That's why I never not understand that. Emails. not the
Okay,
form
it's
of
TikTok
communication.
time.
Snapchat.
So far, that's.
One other thought on the articles, we just had a brief discussion at lunch about this, and in my mind, the investigative committee is a huge responsibility, and it's difficult, I think, for first-time public member, especially as you're getting acquainted with Practice Acts, to serve on that, but it would seem to me almost to be obligatory, and if our articles were to say that during your term on the board, you would serve at least 1 year on that committee. I don't know, to me, or at least setting the expectation, if it's not in our articles, to me, I think it's fair to spread that around because of the intensity of the review process.
I think that's a really good point, Brenda, and during my tenure on the investigative committee, we did have one year where we had a public member sit on, and she was phenomenal in looking at the cases and seeing it from a different angle and bringing a very unique perspective. So I think there's true value in having a public member serve on that.
And she back on Andrea's rotation proposed, I feel like there might be some room for that in these committees to move folks around and get a full perspective.
I think the other thing you can add to the posting is the time commitment. So
Yeah.
for investigative committee, it's a little different. Well, reviewing 500 pages.
Yeah.
Case load.
There's
Yes.
no outside members.
So I think it took Becky and I a couple of weeks. All of the time we had to do that. So helping them to understand the time commitment involved.
Yeah.
Well, and I like the idea of staggering too. I noticed practice committee, all 5 are up in 2023, so.
Maybe we
would think
can stagger
could
them.
At least kind of that 50-50 approach on that.
Well, I know practice, Linda also likes to have a good, you've got like school nurse, you've got practicing in acute care. I don't know if you have long-term care.
Well, we have Lori, and I thought,
Lori.
she's our LPN.
Yeah.
We need all versions of kind.
We do,
Yeah.
because it covers everybody, so.
You know, I could also contact the hospital association and have them push it out, and long-term care. Have them push out, the opportunity to be on these, and we can see.
And just to say it again, as you asked about virtual, I mean, I think as you push it out, if we're open to that, I think that would make it seem more appealing and more possible for people with virtual as an option and to make that known.
Are the non-board members appointed by you, or do you, if the association says this is our delegate, that's who it is? Is there, I mean, are they non-board members considered appointed, or?
So they fill out
Yes.
applications and then, we did some interviews last time and talked to we had, on paper, if we had 2 similar candidates, I called 2 of them and we did some brief conversations to understand.
Like they don't have to go through any state
No.
process, the way
It's
board
just
members
for the
do.
board.
Okay.
Those being an application and stuff like
Yeah.
that. But then we do strongly take association applications.
Cause I can send it to like Venus and
NCLEX board review.
Yeah, I put this on there because, we as a board are supposed to, approve the NCLEX as being a licensure exam for us. We kind of got off on dates and stuff with COVID, because for this to take place, a board needs to review the NCLEX, not just to say from the outside, yeah, the NCLEX is good, let's go with it. So what has to happen is National Council gives us the opportunity, I think it's every 2 years or something like that, to do a member board review of the NCLEX, okay? And we did this in May, I think it's May. And we always have some board members and we have some staff members, Okay, so we had Michaela and we had Adley as board members. Then we had Janelle and Linda and I, and we're supposed to review it, not to take the test and see if we pass. That's not it at all. It's to see, is this within our scope of practice? And would this be like an entry level? Because you gotta remember the NCLEX is entry level. Okay. So, we go out there and we have to register, we have to go through everything, just like somebody taking their fingerprints, the whole shebang.
That's stressing though.
It was a little stressful.
It was. And I had the opportunity to take two tests, the LPN and the RN. Now, not everyone, and we couldn't talk about that ahead of time. I knew I was ahead of time, but I don't think anybody else knew I was. Because Adri was the other LPN, and then you took RN, Michaela, right? And you
Mine was
took RN?
Mine was RN.
Yeah, okay. And so I put this on there because I thought maybe everybody who did this wants to share some of the experience or whatever they thought, because we were there for 4 hours.
I think I was there longer.
Okay.
I didn't understand the instructions because they weren't very well explained and they wanted me to, I didn't know if I was supposed to take the test and I was like learning as I was going, really? Okay, so, but then there were some questions that I thought, this is not what an entry level nurse should be able to understand. So, I wrote my comment and I had to cite from the Nurse Practice Act why I believed, and there were some that I disagreed with from an investigative type process too, and I was like, going, nope, wouldn't ask them this, so.
Yeah, so we have the ability to put comments in there, and then those comments go back to NCSBF, and they review those, but we had to cite our Nurse Practice Act. So we each had to take a printed copy of the Nurse Practice Act with us.
And they didn't use AI on us.
No, they didn't, no, we had to sit in these little
Already.
cubicles with our headphones on.
That would be more stress.
I don't know, Michaela, Janelle, do you want to say?
Well,
anything?
I will say, first of all, the first time I took it, I didn't have to do 250 questions, so that was part of my stress. I think the other thing is I really appreciated taking the new format.
Yes,
I loved it. I mean, it just made so much more sense than, when I first took it, it was ABCs, okay, airway, breathing, circulation. Second time I took it, I had someone's chart sitting in front of me and I could make a clinical decision based on that chart. And that, to me, is going to help all nurses everywhere, new nurses, to recognize the fact that it's not just about what comes out of your head. It's about all the big picture, what's going on with the patient, what's documented in the chart, and how that formulates the answer to whatever question you're looking at. I did think that there were a lot of diagnosis questions on there that for me, I do for my friends all the time, like, yeah, you have pneumonia. Yeah, you have. I probably wouldn't do that as a nurse. I would wait for the physician to say something. So those to me were a little interesting but the way they worded it, I couldn't say this is not in the Nurse Practice Act. They asked, what would you imagine is going on?
what do you think?
What do you think's going on with this patient? So there's a fine line in it, so.
Yeah.
But I really enjoyed the new format. It's really good.
I would say the same. I also wasn't clear on the instructions, so I did go through all 256 questions. Which is why Linda was there for 5 hours instead of 4. I was the driver. But I think one of the things I noticed in talked to Linda about that a little too, is there was a lot of, I know this is one of the directions of prioritization type questions. And some of them, I agree, as a new nurse, that is an important, really important thing. So I'm glad they were doing that. It did seem like there were a lot. And even some for me as mostly experienced nurse, I was thinking, that seems even more than I'm not even sure that I would know. So again, back to that, and is that because I haven't been at the bedside as much in the last 15 years, or is it because it was, so that was one of my questions. Couldn't cite really the Practice Act either, but to me, there were a lot of that prioritization, but I understand it from the perspective of what they're trying to do in driving home the clinical judgment model and why that's important. So
And
good and bad in that.
just question it, so is it still, weighted isn't the right term, but I mean, is it still like a minimum number of questions?
Yes.
and that? So I just wonder if you took all 250, just, wondering, was there a point, maybe to the stacked or the continued prioritization questions?
Oh,
Because
I don't
perhaps
know.
if you're someone who's answering that and you're not getting those correct, but it's giving you additional opportunities to expand on that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, the
just-
computerized adaptive testing, I was gonna ask, I'm
Yes,
assuming
there
that's
is-
still the same.
well, it could be,
Yes.
so as you're answering questions, so it just depended on whether you finished it or not, and I wasn't sure, so I kept answering. Sometimes I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go on, but. So it could have been, maybe that was the problem. I don't know, I was really a customer user error.
I look
Yeah.
more at the way it was formatted. I didn't answer but I totally flunked that test.
Well, I don't know,
was-
I wasn't sure if it would let me go on without answering.
Attention to the kind of format, I was paying attention to what they told me to pay attention to, which was the format of the question.
Yes, and
Even
it-
if I answered, I probably would not pass that test at the moment, but I'm just saying, just trying to think about how those were laid out.
well, and that's true, because I was marking them just to be, because I thought I had to go on.
In order to get the next screen.
Yeah, so I thought maybe it would shut me off at 75, but
Yeah, I like to go ahead.
one way or the other, but.
I think the other thing is, as an experienced nurse, we know good and well we do 3 things at once, so.
know.
No, so prioritized, I was like,
It's
let's
like,
see.
like this.
Exactly,
Usually.
but yeah, I do
Check this
think
one over
that
here.
what I saw from that, or from what I've been reading about in NCLEX and all the education we've been trying to do with administrators and how they're trying to teach, that clinical judgment model is really showing up and showing up well. And it's not
I
that
like that.
the old format is still there. So for people that were worried, it doesn't just all change overnight, but I think there's going to be enough of the other. Hopefully it will be encouraging, and we'll see that be more of the, I think it is a more accurate. So hopefully we'll see that holds true for the
So we can
majority.
take this again for 2 years, right?
Right, I think every year and a half we do
I don't think you
this.
should have to take you, somebody else can. That should be your.
We'll put that in the minutes.
Adrian?
Thank you, Madam President. We do a lot with this on the board of directors, so we hear a lot of
Yeah.
this. Every so often, we actually go through and set the passing standard and vote on that, and so we get to hear a full debrief of how all that works. There's been some, I mean, it's not really changes, but just people are starting to go do some outreach, and Jason Schwartz, who did a presentation at the Discipline Case Management, is doing a lot of that. And so he's going around to boards and those sorts of things. So if you guys ever want to have that opportunity to have a guest come, I'm sure he'd be more than happy to come here and do a little presentation or,
Very dynamic
I know we're
story.
busy with a lot of things, but if you're ever interested, I'd be happy to make that connection. And you guys probably can attest to.
Yeah, he's
Great.
Oh, yeah, it is. Very knowledgeable.
I'd like to hear more about the next chapter.
Oh, yeah.
Or any questions.
Yeah. If he would like to come or even join virtually. that'd be
Yeah.
nice to. Particularly, what might be timely in either the September or December meeting to understand how it's going and what are the.
Wait till December to get at least to 6 months.
Right, and I'm going to do some reach out about seeing when that, some of these results and stuff can be published. I think we're getting pretty darn close to that, so. I'm gonna do a reach out and see when that's gonna be available, but. And even the new CEO, once he gets going, if you would like a reach or whatever, I'm sure that'd be an option too.
Yeah.
Okay, so based on that discussion, I do think we need to consider whether the NCLEX will be our exam for the state of Kansas.
I move to approve the RN and LPN and NCLEX exams at the Kansas licensure, as the Kansas licensure exam.
I'll second it, both my case of board member.
Thank you. So, any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, we have one last executive session.
And I just emailed Rachel, so she's not down here yet to come on down, so you might have just a little stretch.
We will add it with minutes. You wanna leave the motion? How long do you think we'll need for this?
Do you have any idea, Charles?
20 minutes.
20
25.
maybe we could for 25, so. We are just going over. 2:20, hold on.
Okay, pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2, I move that the board recess into executive session for 25 minutes and reconvene at 2:20 PM. The meeting will be resumed in room 509, Land and Office Building 900 Southwest Jackson, Topeka, Kansas 66612, as stated in the notice of the meeting that was sent to individuals who requested the notice and is published on the board's website at www.ksbn.kansas.gov. The justification is consultation with the board's legal counsel, Assistant Attorney Generals Charles Meachers and Rachel Kennedy, that would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. The subject matter to be discussed in the executive session concerns legal issues regarding internal license compliance issues and investigations. The board's executive administrator, Karen Moreland, and director of operations, Adrian Guerrero, is included as the client.
You have a motion, is there a second? I'll second the motion. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries.
We'll go across the way, hopefully Rachel's not.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
Wow.
Thank you very much. So we are winding down to the tail end of our agenda. I have written down for September, security systems overview and update. David, that would be
Yep,
okay?
we should have that 1 minute.
What else do we need to do in September?
Well, September, we have all of those delegation motions and kind of the annual stuff, so we'll want to get the articles on, and that would be a good cycle to get them on. Is there anything else, Bill? I mean, those delegation ones are longer.
Yeah, that would take up,
That'll take a little
that
while.
would be a good hour. At least. Yeah.
Probably a CE broker update. Maybe report from annual meeting.
Yes.
If there's any follow-up from the board retreat.
Yeah. We've got a lot going on, but I think. And then you'll be-
We do.
we'll be busy.
And then you'll have, 60-2-103, because that will be through the public comment from the hearing and stuff, so you'll have that in there.
And we will have elections in September.
The election.
Kind of reading things. Signals. All right, well, with that, we appreciate everyone's participation and attendance. Thank you very much, Charles. Your support today has been incredibly helpful. So, any other last items before we adjourn? That will conclude our June meeting of the Kansas State Board of Nursing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Don't forget to turn your travel stuff there.
Yes, one of the